Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everybody. We have a pretty full audience here, and I'm sure there's a lot of people watching online. Special shout out as I just see you, our former Honorable Mayor Matty Bauer. But everybody, welcome to our July 2025 Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee meeting. We have an absolutely packed agenda today. I don't know why, because we just talked at our budget meeting that we have no more money to spend, so I think everybody can go home. I'll cut the anticipation, but it's been great, and thank you for coming. I kid. But we are in the middle of a very robust and healthy budget process and discussion. We truly set some good wheels in motion last Friday for what is one of the most important things that as elected officials we can do, setting our budget, setting our millage rates, and that is process that's moving forward now. But here we find ourselves at the July 2025 FERC meeting, so why don't we go ahead and get started. Mr. CFO, Mr. City Attorney, I'll hand it over to you all before we take our first time certain. I welcome Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is our third member. As of now, you'll be a voting member, so welcome to the crew.
Wonderful. Thank you guys for having me this morning.
All right, good morning. Today's meeting of the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the committee physically present and remaining members, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting virtually, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 863-6059-5462#. Or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 863-6059-5462. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if participating by phone.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few announcements. MB11 is withdrawn. The following items are deferred. MB1, MB6, MB10, OB11, OB12, and MB15. The following two items will be linked if heard: OB1 and MB12 related to MDPL, and OB8 and MB20 related to residential parking rates and a parking update. And we have 4 time certains for today. First up is at 10:30, we have MB22. At 10:35, OB1 and MB12. 11 a.m. OB3, 11:30 MB24. That's it, Chair. If you would like, I can read in the first time certain.
Let's do that. And Commissioner, I know this is something that's important to you, so I'm glad you're here for this. And then if there's other items that you want to get to, we can do that. Hopefully quickly we can hear the NB22, but go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to make a motion to reconsider on, I don't know what the number of the item is. Where is it? An item that we heard last time about alcohol sales on the beach. Jason, can you give me the number of that item just so that I have a tracking?
I'm not sure if we have that item on our agenda. I have to.
So do we have to if I make a motion to reconsider this item, how does that work? I just make the motion.
Well, I believe you were here when the item was approved, so you would make a motion to reconsider, which I think you just did.
Okay, and there's a reason why. I wanted to get the best deal for the city, and I pushed through this 25% revenue share, but they did a market study on this, and they came back and they said it just doesn't work. So instead, they're offering a $250,000 upfront payment, 18% of gross revenue up to $5 million, and 20% of revenue after $5 million on this alcohol sales on the beach. Now, I still think it's a pretty good. Okay, so the terms that they came up with, because initially the city, I suppose, well, this is what the Bouchers came back with, okay? Because it's an amendment to their agreement. So initially, the city had kind of negotiated a 15% I went up to 25% because I said that's not enough, right? And so then what the compromise was 18% up to 5 million, and then 20% once we hit 5 million. And I believe there's an upfront payment of 250,000.
Was that
I'm not
included
gonna
in
lie, I
the
was
last one?
disappointed. I wanted a higher percentage, but I mean, listen, based on the projected revenue, it's definitely gonna generate, a decent amount of revenue.
Was that minimum or the upfront payment included in the previous discussion?
No, no. So they're offering an initial $250,000 upfront, I believe.
And how I'm looking at this, what I would envision, right? Because we're not like a venture capital fund or private equity firm. I'd rather burden the hand. Do we have any type of, is there anybody here representing? Okay, Ralph, I assume you're here on this? So we're getting an upfront payment, and that'll come out of the revenue share. So essentially, we're giving up some upside, but we have greater certainty for a guaranteed payment.
Oh, I thought it was an upfront payment of $250,000 plus the revenue share with this new percentage.
It's 200, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. It's 250,000 to be upfront to be applied towards future revenue share.
What are you projecting overall sales in the first year?
Well, it's not going to happen overnight, but eventually we project over $10 million a year in sales.
Okay, so this would be about roughly, I mean, if you look at the 18% up to 5 million and then over, it's roughly $2 million a year. I don't know if you guys would like to somehow earmark this revenue source for something in particular.
When you say $10 million, that's if it becomes more expansive or just in the
Just in Loomis
pilot
Park.
areas that we've talked about?
So I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner. That would be in Loomis Park. We project $1 million per block. There's 9 blocks that we're working with in Loomis Park, I believe, from 5th to 14th. And then we need 21st Street. I know it was limited initially to Loomis Park, but the reason we need 21st Street is because in order to obtain the state license, we need a fixed premises. And the only fixed premises that we have under our agreement with the city is located at 21st Street. It's a concession building stand that's there. So we would also ask that the program be extended to Loomis Park. And with that, to 21st Street Collins Park. With that, that would make
Not
10 blocks.
contiguously, we're
Not-
just talking about Loomis Park and then the addition of 21st.
Correct, and then right, which would make 10 blocks, and we project $1 million in sales per block, which gets us to 10 million. And that's conservative. We hope it will be better than that.
Eventually, but what are we,
Let me explain because I feel like Maddie Bauer is asking me, what is this? What it is, Mayor Bauer, is right now you can only get a drink on the beach if you're staying at a fancy oceanfront hotel where it's like $20. So we wanted to add, and we're trying a 1-year pilot program to allow for alcohol sales in Loomis Park, which I think is very competitive when you look at the Miami River and you see the economic activity that's happening here and the upscale way that they have shown us that they're going to do this. I think it's every other major European city. I don't care if you go to Capri or Saint-Tropez or even on the beach, in places in Long Island, you can have a glass of wine on the beach. So that is what this exploration is, and it's a 1-year pilot program. If it's something that we don't like, and it's going to generate roughly $2 million for the city at a time when we had a huge donut hole and things that we wanted to fund. So I don't know if we earmark it for education or if we earmark it for, you're looking upset. If you want to speak.
I don't understand. Is it on the Loomis Park side that you're referring?
no,
On the
beach.
beach. Only on the beach.
On the beach?
On the beach.
So it's already happening at the hotels and things like that, and this would expand it to the Loomis Park beach.
And this is a new concession.
If you would like, Madam Mayor, yeah.
I think it's horrible.
So trying to figure out the logistics here, however.
Well, what you have right now is illegal sales happening up and down the beach. You've got people walking up and down the beach, and they're selling cocktails and drinks, and we're not making any revenue on it, and it's not there, and there's no regulation. This way, we're going to make the revenue. It will be controlled, and it will be something that we can actually profit off of. But it's a 1 year, look, it's a 1 year pilot program. I'm not opposed to it because I've traveled far and wide, and every place from Marbella to Mallorca to Ibiza. I mean, this is what makes the beach experience fabulous. And right now, what you have are people marching up and down. If you were to go out to Loomis Park right now, and they're selling illegal drinks. So we want to legalize it.
And how are you going to control it when you say you're going to control it?
do you
How
mean?
are you going to avoid that people get drunk on the beach?
And that, yeah, that
You
we
mean
went
like
through.
rowdy behavior?
How?
That's why we're
By
doing a 1 year.
behavior?
Well, that's why we're doing a 1 year pilot program. If we,
I think that we have spent, the city, you all, a lot of time trying to clear Ocean Drive, trying to make it safe for everybody, trying to avoid exactly what now is being proposed. And I would say you want to try it out,
it's
give it
something
3
very-
months,
It's something
not a
very-
year.
We could
It's
lower
up
that
to
to
you.
6
I'm not a
months.
commissioner anymore, thank God.
I
Commissioner,
mean,
if
look,
I might
if you
add-
wanted to do, if you felt, if it like,
Commissioner, if I might add one thing, I believe the discussions we've had with the city, the city has requested that the city manager have the authority to suspend the program on 24 hours' notice for a period of 60 days if he believes there's a problem. So I think that would address any concerns that former Mayor Bauer has. You should also know that more and more beaches in Florida, there's about 10 now, are allowing alcohol sales on
We
the
get
beach.
it. We talked
And
about.
it's
we-
something
hold
very
on,
upscale.
If we can. We talked about the merits of this last time.
Right.
Right? So now, as I understand, the motion to reconsider is based on the location, but then also the revenue share.
Correct.
Right? And if we're going to give up our upside, which you guys agreed to, right? So if we're going to have a lower percentage, I need more guaranteed financials, right? Like I said, we're not a private equity shop, so I'm fine with giving up a little upside for more of a guarantee. And that can't just be a single year. If we're going to essentially lock into these percentages, we need a guarantee each and every year, not a one-time upfront payment. That can come from the revenue share, right? And I'm talking more to our city, who's going to be negotiating this, as much as I am to you. If we're essentially taking that revenue share from 25% to 20, whatever we're agreeing to, I need to make sure each and every year we have a guaranteed minimum, right?
That is agreed.
You can sit there and promise us, 99%, but if we don't have any sales, that does
Right.
mean no good for our taxpayers, right?
Correct.
This is a revenue-raising opportunity, which we're direly in the need of. And if we're giving up upside, I don't need just a one-time upfront payment. I need that each and every year that this is an operation, that we have a minimum guaranteed amount that we're getting each and every year, regardless of where your sales are. So if you have $500,000 in sales and we're getting 20%, we still get that $250,000 upfront.
That is agreed, Mr. Chair.
okay, so that is the guaranteed minimum. And at the end of 1 year, we can renegotiate the terms of this too? 1 year pilot program.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it at the 20%, Commissioner Bott. And I'm not voting on it anymore because Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to hear what you guys have to say.
I'm lukewarm on this. Overall, I've got reservations. I am willing to give it a shot. I am very appreciative of the fact that the city manager can suspend this at basically a moment's notice because I share some of the concerns of former Mayor Bauer, but I am also cognizant that this is a trend and it is something that upscale beach towns offer around the world. So I am willing to suspend my reservations to hopefully be proven very wrong about them. And I will be the first to be at the city manager's office saying it's time to pull the plug on this if this goes out of control. It's incumbent on you guys to make sure that this goes well. I mean, you have basically a monopoly on the beachfront and the concessions therein. And you have a very embedded relationship with the city. And so you need to make sure that this is absolutely top shelf, that there are no underage drinks served, that inappropriate behavior is curtailed immediately, that you figure out the staffing, because I don't want our police dollars and our park ranger dollars going to unruly behavior that is not of our making. You know, this is on you guys. And I would love to be proved wrong. Show us that it's fabulous and that people love it and it generates a ton of money for the city. But if it doesn't, man, I will be the first in line to say pull the plug.
Yeah, so happy to move this forward with the revised terms if we're getting that guaranteed minimum upfront. I do want an operational plan. If this gets approved by the full commission, an operational plan to come back to FERC. And I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out Fernando on 3rd Street. While they do a lot of the beach, me and my family are proud patrons of Fernando's for some time at 3rd Street. So I don't want to sell him short.
I think it's going to be upscale. I
you wanna
think
make
it's
a
going to
motion?
be, I can't because now that.
He's gone.
Commissioner
Go
Suarez-
ahead.
Make the motion.
Oh,
Go ahead.
you don't want to make the motion?
I don't think he's settled it.
He's make the motion.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
second.
he's walking over.
If I can assist, I think from what I'm hearing here, obviously it's not on the agenda, but I believe what I'm hearing is a motion to reconsider a previous FERC direction related to the beach concessionaire amendment. With a new direction, it's to return to commission with a favorable recommendation to consider the revised terms as presented related to revenue share and upfront payment.
Yes.
And then also you said the 21st Street, that's
Correct.
like, Rick, is that a legal requirement? I don't want to
Yes.
just go and expand this for no reason.
No, in order to have a liquor license, you need to have a structure. And when this initially was discussed, I assumed that there would be a structure built somewhere near Loomis Park, but I've come to understand in my discussions with facilities that the plan, at least during this pilot program, is to use the existing structure over on 21st Street.
So we can add location to that. So who's making that motion?
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, I'll
I'll make the
second.
motion.
She cannot. She's not a member of the committee. Okay, Commissioner Suarez, seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Magazine. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Passes 3-0.
And just for purposes of clarity, the revenue share is 18% up to 5 million, and in excess of 5 million, 20%. Just want to make sure the record reflects that.
Yeah, I left it generic so that
Okay, but
you're working that with the
I think those are
department.
the terms that are being approved by the committee.
What was that
Not
again?
subject to further negotiation with staff. It's 18 up to 5 and 20% in excess of 5 million.
18% up to 10 million
Up to 5 million.
Up to 5
And
million.
20% up to,
for anything above,
in excess of 5 million, correct.
over 5. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Chair, should I call the first time certain?
You know what, we will call that afterwards. I'd like to, I didn't put it on the time certain, but I do want to give our neighbors in Sunset Harbor treatment that they deserve. So if we could call them, and then we'll go to
Sure.
our time certains.
Sure. That is OB9, so we'll be calling OB9. Discuss the possibility of the city assuming control and managing the Sunset Harbor Towers, townhomes, and yacht club pump station, OB9.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Mark Halpern Rodriguez, on behalf of the Sunset Harbor community. As many of you will recall, we've been here in the past. We originally were in front of the commission regarding taking over the pump station that is and has been acting as a public utility run by a private entity, namely Sunset Harbor South, forever, or as long as the community has existed. We discussed previously a variety of concerns ranging from our, frankly, inability to continue to run this station, to potential environmental issues and related to backflow, and that has actually occurred at the townhomes community. This was advanced, and the commission asked for the specific sort of financial issues to be investigated. We've gone through that. The city performed an extensive study, and we have since sat down with Public Works to discuss our commitment financially, and we've essentially agreed to fund the actual amounts that it would cost for the city to bring the station to a level that they were comfortable with. I think we are in the neighborhood of about $187,000 for that initial and remaining work. We've already put in hundreds of thousands of dollars to the system, and we also discussed a 3-year commitment of about $30,000 a year for just maintenance. That included, amongst other things, and this was more of a city requirement than something that we, thought necessary, but I think it's got literally weekly visits of a 5-man crew. I'm sorry, daily visits, which is the bulk of that 30,000. But we have really, I think, shown our commitment from a financial standpoint, to this dilemma. And so that's really what the discussion is and the ask is today.
Rodney.
Sure. Good morning. Rodney Knowles, the Assistant Director for the Public Works Department. The Public Works Department did, in fact, meet with the representatives from Sunset Harbor a few weeks ago. It was a very productive meeting, very frank meeting, to be honest with you. We put a lot of things on the table, just discussing some of our concerns, and on their end, they presented the same thing. They had a study that they produced from their engineers. Of course, there was some disconnect between the numbers that they presented versus the ones that our consultants presented. We needed a little bit of time to do our due diligence on our end, just to make sure that there's nothing that's being overlooked, and we're just combing through the data, and we're happy to come back to FERC to discuss when we've arrived at a proper landing point for this.
So any caveats with what is being presented here, or we're essentially at a
I think it's
meeting point where both parties are happy?
O&M long-term,
Yes, bro.
our major concern, and just maintenance, just being able to stay on top of this and setting a precedent for future requests. So that's what we're really looking at, because I think that comparing some of the solicitations on the private side versus what we would be getting from the city, our numbers are going to be different every time.
So is there a material incremental cost that the city will be absorbing?
That's something we're coming through right now, just to make sure that we're not putting the city in a situation where we're already impacting a utility fund that is already hurting.
Just real quick, because this continues to come up, and I want to be abundantly clear. There's been this allegation or suggestion of a precedential effect, and I think that is, it's false.
Red herring. Yeah.
It's a red herring. And so I challenged the city almost a year ago to show me one private community in the entire city that is acting as a public utility for their neighbors. We got a list of about 15 properties, none of which fit that description. Most were commercial, and to the extent it was private or residential, it only serviced that particular community.
I think there's going to be fireworks flying at the county today about cities absorbing other utility work for other cities, much less a private entity doing it for their neighbors.
Right.
And that's reached its way up to the Tallahassee levels, and like anything, talking insider baseball here, but has ties back to Miami Beach and things like that. But point being, this is controversial enough for a neighboring city doing it for another city within their jurisdiction, much less a private building doing it for their neighborhood.
Right, and I just want to be abundantly clear, there is absolutely no precedential effect that would allow any other community, commercial establishment or otherwise to ask what we are asking, because we are very unique in this situation.
So, Mr. CFO, is there anything that we'll have to add to our budget here, or given the financial agreements that they've come to terms with where Sunset Harbor will shoulder this, essentially will be, this won't be incremental to our budget?
I think my understanding of it from the Public Works perspective is that they've just received, sat with them and received comment, and they're combing through that. So I don't think that the administration is ready to make that determination yet. I think that they're close. They'll be ready for, my understanding is they'll be ready at the next FERC meeting to be able to definitively state that the representations were made financially, which is obviously what the interest was. And I think the FERC at previous discussions was that they were maybe amicable to the concept, but wanted to make sure that we were, the rest of the ratepayers are made whole. So I think at this time, what we're requesting is this item to be returned to the next FERC meeting where Public Works can make that definitive statement about what the budgetary implications are and that they agree with the terms that'll be worked out.
Well, and during the meeting, like there is a chart that has our numbers and their numbers. There's only $10,000 difference. So we said, you ran the report 40,000, you provided a price, and we said, if the quotes come in higher, we need 3 quotes come in higher, we will pay that amount. We agreed to everything except the fact that $60,000 to maintain it with 5 people checking it every day is not right. So we came up with $30,000 per year for 3 years until, so they feel comfortable. And our numbers to maintain it today, us, is $1,500 a year unless we have emergency, that we have to bring the trucks, and that costs a lot more money. The city has the trucks, we don't have the trucks, we have to call it in, we have to wait until they come. That's the only difference that there is. And we're still working on submitting a pump station with the sewer all upgraded.
How much time do you need, Rondi?
Right.
Through the chair. Yep. How much time do you need to reconcile?
We'll be ready for next FERC meeting.
Great.
So if we can, Chair, we can hear the item is heard and the return to the next FERC meeting with Public Works to give their final representation.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you to our city staff, our neighborhood. This is true community collaboration. I know this has been ongoing dialogue, started with heels dug in on both sides, so it's great to see our city working with our neighbors. So thank you all.
Thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
Why don't we go to our first time served, Mr. CFO?
Sure. Our first time certain is NB 22. Discuss and propose new lease agreement between the City of Miami Beach, a Florida Municipal Corporation landlord, and Little Havana Activities and Nutrition Centers of Miami-Dade County Incorporated tenant, waiving by 5/7 vote the formal competitive bidding requirements as set forth in Section 82-39 of the Miami Beach City Code, finding such waiver to be in the best interest of the city for the use of approximately 2,690 square feet of ground floor city-owned property and an adjacent playground area having approximately 7,646 square feet located at 8336 6th Street, Miami Beach, Florida, for a term of 9 years and 364 days, and further, and authorizing the city manager to finalize and execute the lease agreement, NB 22.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. Ozzy Dominguez, Division Director of Asset Management for the City of Miami Beach. As Mr. Green was stating, this is the daycare lease. It is currently on a month-to-month extension, which expires at the end of this year. So we are requesting the FERC team to consider a new lease for 9 years, 364 days. The lease will continue with a 60-day for convenience termination at the city's request.
I move it.
This is for where?
South Shore, the Rainbow Daycare Center.
And we're month to month. When did it start going month to month?
It started many years ago when there was a discussions of the South Shore Community Center being considered for another venue. And so we, instead of renewing it at that time, we kept it month to month. I would say about 3 years.
I'd like to defer this item.
Okay.
There's a motion to move it.
Deferral takes precedence. Commissioner Butt.
Can I say something? Can I opine on this? So, this poor daycare has been unable to make any improvements for the children to the playground because they're on a month-to-month lease. So, as we defer this, and I'm not quite sure what's embedded in a deferral for a daycare, but wouldn't you like the children to have updated bathrooms? Wouldn't you like them to have a more, updated playground? They can only do that if they get the assurance that they can be there long term. So as we defer something, there are many small children, and I know you have toddlers running around, okay? just picture your little toddlers running around and, you know,
So but
they might not get the upgrades that they need. So I just
right
would like to
now,
understand I would like to understand the psychology behind deferring
if it's
this.
month to month right now, what are we missing out? What is preventing this from
Well,
upgrading in the center?
we need to have a permanent lease established because of statute of limitations on it extending beyond the 10 years. So the fact that it's just run so long, we need to have a permanent lease. But it will continue with a 60-day termination right on behalf of the city.
But what I'm saying is, what is, by extending this lease, is there something that's preventing any sort of upgrades at the facility or for the program?
Typically, when you don't have a secured lease, it makes it difficult to receive grants, to receive any loans. So that would be probably what would prevent them from being able to make any major improvements.
Mr. Chair.
How long are you looking to defer, Commissioner? 1 month?
1 month, September.
Commissioner
And could you
Fernandez.
explain
You answered my
why,
question.
what your motivation is behind the deferral?
Listen, I'd like to defer the item. I think it's important to, considering what's going on with the South Shore Community Center, I want to make sure that we have all options on the table.
I'm not sure what that means, because what's going on with the South Shore Community Center is that we have a robust summer camp going on there now. We have food for seniors being planned for the next 2 years. We have the police moving in with their part of their training facilities. We've got all kinds of programming planned. And so I'm not sure why we're penalizing.
There's not a penalty.
Excuse me, let me finish my thoughts, please. Thank you. I'm not sure why we're penalizing one of the best long-term uses of that facility, which is taking care of our community's children. It's common sense to not want to, even if they had money at their disposal, to not want to invest any of it into upgrading their facility in the playground, if in 2 or 3 months they could be booted out after having invested $100,000 in playground equipment. So I'm not sure what a deferral until September gets anybody, and I have yet to hear any compelling reason for a deferral.
Well, we're going to be hearing an item for today for MDPL, and there might be options on the table for relocating them to the South Shore Community Center. And so I want to make sure that we have all options on the table for this specific location. I'm not ready today, personally, to move forward with a 9-year extension for something that I'm not ready to do for. So all I'm asking for is September, Commissioner. I don't see what the big deal is.
I don't see
hold on.
how.
I'm going to opine here. So I'm reading between the tea leaves of things that have been presented to me from the community, not other commissioners, but people that have reached. And I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to second the deferral, and we're not going to get any further into this discussion because I'm not going to have this meeting derailed by a secondary issue that's readily up front, and this is about. I am predicting we're going to have a fire station discussion on next Wednesday's commission meeting. If I'm wrong on that, I am reading the political tea leaves wrong, but we're essentially going to be confronted with, are we moving forward with it in the park? And if we're not moving forward with it in the park, then we're moving forward with it. Is it the South Shore Community Center again, or do we essentially start back to where we were 10 years ago with no option in place? So for 1 month, I will back this. If that is the wrong reading of that, then we can come back in 1 month and have a further discussion. But I'm not getting into a prolonged fire station discussion at this meeting, something that is quite literally being going on for 10 years. We have painfully other items on this agenda, capital improvement projects that have been going on for 10 years, right? It is becoming a commonality in the city that these capital projects don't even take 10 years to complete, take 10 years to put in motion, right? We're not talking about building things in 10 years. We're just talking about moving forward with plans in 10 years. I went back to the 2016 agenda. How boring must my life be, right? Think about the Baywalk. Another item. We're in the same place as we were 10 years ago. And you know who's on that agenda? The fire station and the Barclay. It's insane. So we're not going to derail this meeting here. I will second the motion for a 1-month deferral. I am confident I'm reading things right, that we'll have some further heated, robust debate about the fire station going in the park, the implications for other things in the future, and then we will return to this year. So,
May I, Mr. Chair?
quickly, because we're not getting into a discussion
I'm just
on the
going to
fire
say
station.
that I'm really flabbergasted that apparently everybody in the community knows that there's an item coming to commission next week to discuss derailing the fire station. And I am one of the champions, along with Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, of finding this excellent solution put forth originally by a resident. And so this is a comment to the community. If anybody has anything to say about the fire station, please feel free to reach out to my office, because I'm not often left at a loss for words, but I'm not happily at a loss for words at this. This is not okay.
Mr. Chair.
So, yes, I'm going to, yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
And so I'll just say this, given that, you know, I've heard through the community that there is a pending discussion about the future of the fire station, I think that the most prudent and responsible thing for us to do as policymakers is to defer any discussion that there could be about long-term leases with the South Shore Community Center, because if there's any action taken at the next city commission meeting, I believe that the most prudent thing to do is make sure that we have all options on the table, because our foremost responsibility is the community's safety. And we do have segments of our community right now that are being underserved in their emergency response times. And so given that there's the question mark of what action could potentially be taken, if any, at the next city commission meeting, I do believe that it is most prudent for us to just maintain any and all options that we have at the table.
I agree with that, and again, if I'm totally misreading the tea leaves, we will presume all of these discussions at the September meeting, but until then, and listen, I'm not trying to be cryptic here, but members of the community have reached out, and they're clearly looking to raise this issue, which they've indicated could come at the next commission meeting. I think we'll all probably know in the next couple of days when we see the agenda published. But until then, Commissioner Fernandez, I agree with you. I don't want to essentially box us into any type of corner. So with that, I will second Commissioner Suarez's motion and defer this to September.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
We'll show the item passed 2-1.
Let's hear.
We go to the next time certain.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. The next time certain is 2 items we heard concurrently. OB1, discuss conflict of interest, ethical concerns, MDPL's multiple roles, and MB12, a discussion to consider proposed new management agreement for the use of city-owned property located at 1001 Ocean Drive, Miami Beach Oceanfront Auditorium with the Miami Design Preservation League, MDPL, for a term of 5 years and 1 renewal option of 4 years and 364 days, MB12.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ozzie.
So the lease for MDPL expires at the end of this year, December 31st, and we have perhaps 2 requests for discussion. One is an extension of that agreement for 6 months while Commission and staff discuss what the future is and what path we're going to take on this.
And what was the lease term of this lease?
It was for 9 years, 364 days,
Okay.
I believe.
And so
this
with
is on their
extending
last
that
renewal.
for 6 months, given that that would be past 10 years, would that be, maybe there's a RIC question, anything with the city charter, given that they were just under that, and now we'd essentially be extended beyond 10
No,
years?
because at the time that the lease was
Okay.
entered into, it was for less, but it's not a lease, it's a management agreement.
Thank you very much. And that will allow time to discuss what direction we want to go in, if we want to go into negotiations for a new lease with MDPL, or if we would want to go through the RFP route and discuss any other opportunities.
Through the chair, just so the public is aware, what are the favorable terms for MDPL at this particular location?
The proposed terms, we haven't gotten into this.
Well, what is the current?
Well, they provide free access
I know what they
to the
provide,
museum.
but what do we provide to them?
What are we providing?
So just to lay the groundwork, we're talking about the visitor center at 10th and Ocean.
Correct.
Okay, that is city-owned property.
It's a city-owned
that is
property.
leased out to MDPL. Do they have the entirety of that building?
Yes, they
Or is
do.
that subleased?
They have the entirety of the building. They do have a.
How much do they
a
pay in
gift
rent?
shop. I'm sorry, sir?
How much do they pay in rent?
They don't pay rent. What they do pay is operating expenses. They pay their repairs and maintenance and their utilities.
Okay. All right, and so, Mr. Chair, I have these two items called together. This is a follow-up from the conflict of interest we had, I believe it was a few months ago, where I raised some serious concerns. And are members of MDPL here? Okay, great. Well, I have a presentation that I'd like to present. I did a little bit more research further back, and I found some other conflicts of interest that I think the public should be aware of. And before we make any sort of decision on renewing this lease, I think there needs to be a really robust discussion on transparency and ethical discussions for how we are going to move forward on this. Because what I'm starting to find, it's very concerning, above and beyond what I've already shared with the city of Miami Beach. So through the chair, if it's possible.
How long will you need for the presentation?
5 minutes.
If we can accelerate that a little bit, run through it.
Sure.
Yeah.
PJ, if you could put up.
And George and Roger, if you want to come up and represent MDPL, I'd welcome you.
It's the other file, PJ.
And thank you for the work that you've done stepping up in the interim.
Okay, so I did a lot of research on a couple more case studies that I found was very alarming, and I want to bring it to my colleagues' attention. I just want to give some background. MDPL is a 501c3. They manage the visitor center, like we just said, on Ocean Drive. They are guaranteed seats on the Historic Preservation Board. A seat on the Preservation Board. They also have special standing appeal to HPB decisions. They receive money from the city, from grants and in-kind donations, public donations. They operate the visitor center rent-free as part of its lease agreement with the city. It has a very unique status, combines nonprofit, contractor, and advocacy roles with elevated influence on city preservation, influence boards, and even the commissioners. Okay, so one of the issues that I raised was MDPL advocates for policy, okay, including upzoning, believe it or not, and height and FAR increases before the city commission and city boards without disclosing donations from developers and lobbyists who seek city permits and zoning approvals. So while there is a city permit, or while there's an approval process, MDPL is receiving funds from developers and lobbyists. MDPL's dual status as both a city vendor and a grant recipient intensifies the need for disclosure and recusal mechanisms. Advocacy for contributors without transparency is undisclosed lobbying. Preferential access to policymakers may violate City Code 2449 on gifts and influence. And city vendors must disclose financial interest that may influence city decisions to avoid perceived conflicts of interest. So, issue, MDPL receives city funds, in-kind grants, while engaging in political advocacy before the city commission and even our boards. If city funds are used for lobbying, it may violate procurement integrity rules, City funding agreements restrict political or legislative advocacy even for nonprofits. Using city-funded programs as leverage for advocacy blurs the line between service and corrupt influence. So, everyone talks about North Beach Town Center and how it is, we have buyer's remorse, short-term rentals, tall glass towers. And so when I dug into this, I found this pretty alarming. In 2016, the city adopted Plan NOBI, a master plan for North Beach. On this plan, 2 MDPL board members, Nancy Lehman and Kirk Pascal, sat on NOBI master plan committee. They were also part of the HPB, on the HPB. In 2017, MDPL signed a deal with a developer-run neighborhood association called the North Beach Property Owners Association, agreeing to publicly support a major density FAR increase in North Beach Town Center. This led to the biggest upzoning in North Beach and possibly Miami Beach's history, benefiting developers and real estate interests that donated heavily to MDPL. This is an internal email from previous executive director Daniel Seraldo, where he basically says the FAR increase for the ballot is in November. The developers understand that they will likely need MDPL support in order for the ballot, for the FAR ballot to pass. It says, we've been working with Kirk Pascal and North Beach Neighborhood Alliance on a compromise that would see the Tatum Waterway added back to the local district, which, by the way, is useless now because of Live Local. And MDPL will publicly support the FAR increase in Town Center. So here's an internal email saying that MDPL will support the FAR increase in Town Center and Height. So there was actually a contract written between the developer and MDPL. And on that contract was 2 HPP sitting board members at the time, Nancy Lehman and Kirk Pascal. And this contract says MDPL agrees to send a letter to the mayor and commission supporting the FAR increase. MDPL agrees to distribute a letter through their email distribution, and MDPL agrees to support the FAR increase through use of social media and other means. This is the developer at the bottom of the agreement, Matisse Cohen. Michael Larkin was the lobbyist at the time, and Daniel Seraldo was the executive director at the time. Now, what I found very interesting was that Russell Galbit, for 72 Park, just 1 month before the November 2017 vote to allow the high-rise in North Beach, donated $10,000 to MDPL. After the referendum passed, Galbit built 72 Park. It's actually the first building that is built right today. Okay, Matisse Cohen is the first high-rise built under the new rules, allowing bigger buildings, in partnership with Matisse Cohen and the North Beach Properties Owner Association. And here's just a news article that's saying the Galbit family and Matisse Cohen acquired the development site with a $98 million loan. Okay, just so everyone is aware, I've never even heard of North Beach Property Owners Association. It's dissolved. It does no longer exist. So this make-believe neighbor association was just sprung up to get this support passed on the ballot referendum in cahoots with MDPL at the time. Okay. In fact, in the Herald article, they mention it's a historic instance of preservationists and developers joining forces to support quite possibly the largest FAR increase in the history of Miami Beach. That wasn't commission approved. It was the voter referendum.
I was going to say, you're going to have to put an asterisk on your digital ads.
The development interest and the historic preservation community are encouraging Miami Beach voters to support a referendum to increase the maximum allowable square footage for buildings in the center of town of North Beach Commercial Corridor. Again, for the public to be aware, these are the 13 new developments. Short-term rentals were allowed, go up to 22 stories, 230 feet tall. 1,500 new residential units. So when everyone in North Beach complains about parking and, not parking, traffic, and understands why there's so much development, this is why. Okay. Case study 2, Ocean Terrace. And in June of 2016, the City Commission approved the Ocean Terrace height to increase from 75 feet to 235 feet, pending historic preservation approval. In December 2016 and November 2017, Ocean Terrace Holdings gave $50,000 to MDPL. In January 2018, the HPB unanimously approved the Ocean Terrace plan. In December 2018, Ocean Terrace Holdings gave another $25,000 to MDPL. That's $75,000 to MDPL from developers. In September 21, the HPB revised the Ocean Terrace plan and gave another approval. Here's a check from Ocean Terrace Holdings to MDPL for $25,000. This was one of 3. So here are the contributions. MDPL pushed for Ocean Terrace to go through the Historic Preservation Board. And you can tell by the Miami Herald article, it says, Daniel Serraldo, a preservation officer with the league, raised the height issue with commissioners and placed his confidence on the Historic Preservation Board. Historic Preservation Board has the final authority on the project, and that's a good thing. Okay? But what I realized was that 3 of the members were on MDPL at the time. Were on MDPL and sat on the HPB. And that doesn't take into account the MDPL board member who was appointed by MDPL. That's 4 votes. That's, you have the majority of HPB.
If I could, Commissioner, maybe legally or from MDPL, is there any type of cone of silence, whether it be from individuals of MDPL or as a board, with the MDPL appointed board members, or are you able to converse, and maybe do you?
Well, and you touched up on a great point, Mr. Chair. No, they don't have any cone of silence. They're a nonprofit. They're not a government entity where we would be bound by statute to prevent any sort of dialogue between funds or developers and pending projects. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that really brings to the heart of the issue here. We, as elected officials, are bound by rules and transparency, public records, sunshine laws. But when you have an organization that is literally taking tens of thousands of dollars from developers and then pushing an agenda that suits their needs, I find that very, very troubling. In 2021, Ocean Terrace came back to HPB, and of course MDPL supported the position to increase the unit count and I believe another floor. I wanted to bring some more issues here. 8701 Collins Development, a $10,000 check to Miami Design Preservation League. Kobe Karp, I love Kobe. He's donated tens of thousands of dollars to MDPL during and after many items. I don't know what Blue Buffalo Company is. These amounts are issued, and the fact that we don't know why these donations are happening while this organization is driving public policy is a concern to me. Because when we get contributions, everything is public, and we know to a great extent why someone is donating for a cause or for the city. Here's another developer, the Commerce family. I believe he gave 3 or 4 $9,000 checks to MDPL. And you can close the presentation. So, look, I think I said this at the last meeting. I do support what MDPL does. But before we get into any sort of extension of a lease, I don't feel comfortable with this, okay? The fact that just recently David Martin gave contributed, I think, $5,000 or $10,000 to MDPL before the Deauville redevelopment, where literally you have the executive director at the time saying this is going to be even better than the previous Deauville. I don't know. It's just, to me, this is very concerning, and this is exactly what's wrong with government politics, where when money gets involved, we don't know what the true intentions are. And when I see something like this, I don't want to live in a city where you have these special interests that are getting money from developers, literally working hand in hand and driving public policy. So, when we give favorable terms to MDPL, we give one of the best location, probably the best city-owned location to MDPL to bring good and well-being and historic education to visitors of Miami Beach. But I think personally MDPL is, ever since probably Maddie left, has really gone awry. And their mission has been tainted by a few bad actors in the organization. And I'm not going to stand for it. And, I would like maybe someone from MDPL to come up here and really explain, how do you think it's okay for you to receive developer money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, before or after major upzoning approvals, and think that, elected officials and the public is going to be okay with that. Because I can guarantee you, most people do not know this. Most people in the city of Miami Beach, when they're in North Beach and they see a short-term rental building that's 25 stories tall, and they say, how did it get there? This is how it got there. So I welcome Roger to come up and speak a little to this, because, I, for one, I'm not going to support the extension for the Ocean Drive unless there's some serious changes to the way your organization is run. I, for one, think that you should not be receiving a dime from developer money and still be able to lobby us and our boards. You can't have both. So in my personal opinion, if you want to take developer money, fine, be a nonprofit. This is America, it's a free country, but you shouldn't be coming to us and lobbying the commissioners or the boards.
And maybe where I could go, Roger, I don't know the right form to carry this out. It is important discussion. I want to give you your fair shot to have this aired out in public. We're not going to spend all day here going back and forth, because I'm not even sure if there's anything actionable that's coming of this. Following on Commissioner Suarez's point, I think my biggest issue would be, yeah, you can receive whatever money you want as a 501c3, and you can even lobby us, which is fine. I think what really starts sparking things in my mind, where it's like, if the organization is raising money from people that we're prohibited from borrowing money from, and then actually making decisions on a quasi-judicial land development board, I think that's where I probably have my antennas up the most, right? It's one thing for you to lobby us, and that happens, in the public right of view. I think where my biggest concerns rise initially, this is my first time seeing this, is if as a board you have appointees on the HPB, and then your organization collectively receives money to take a position, I'd love to know kind of then what that communication tends to be with those board members. If there's a code of silence, there's a code of silence. If you would say, okay, here's the people that we appoint on day one, and we'll never talk to them again for their term, all's fair. But if there is kind of, some backdoor lobbying, I think that's where my antennas would go up. But Roger, let me turn it over to you.
And just to your point, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, it's not just an appointee. They actually had MDPL board members serving on the HPP. So it gets even more complicated. And they had a majority. So, please.
Okay. All of this is in the past. Right now, for instance, Mitch is on the board, but he's no longer on our board. He's on the HPB. Things have changed an awful lot.
Thank you for that.
Well, when did they change?
About when you brought up the several months ago, I believe we did a thorough checking of what's going on. Daniel left. We have a new interim executive director, George. Different focus, different personality, different way of working. I'm chair of the board. Different focus. Want things to be right.
You mentioned you were chair of the board. The last person, what was his name?
Joel Levine.
Joel Levine.
Yes.
Why did he resign? Because he was here last time.
Right.
Yeah, he was.
I know
right.
why. He has significant health issues, and he was not willing to exacerbate them in this environment.
Yeah, when I spoke to him, he just said he didn't want to deal with the politics in MDPL. And of course, because that would greatly affect his health, and it would affect my health too if I was on the board. But what specifically have you done as far as bylaws and written agreements? Because I'm the one who brought this up. I certainly haven't heard anything from MDPL other than when I first had a discussion maybe a week or two after my first presentation.
Okay, to be honest, we've been awfully busy answering IG requests and your requests. We have one staff person who's been working full-time on that, and we only have two other staff people in our office. But your point, I don't know what the IG is doing, but I only asked for just simple donations. I mean, I don't have that many requests. Okay, I just asked for the sponsorships and donations that go back from 2012, I believe. Okay, we have,
Roger, would it be fair to say we can hear this in September if you come back with an actionable plan where you say, you know what, and George, thank you for your work as well. This is an important organization to our city, right? As evidenced by getting a free lease at possibly our most valuable site. So it's important not only to get this right, but to be sure that not only is there everything above board, but the sense and the public's trust restored in this helps you and it helps us as well.
Right. I just want to say a few words, if I may. George Neary, I'm the interim executive director at the Miami Design Preservation League. I'd like to start by saying I was the director from 91 to 98, and it was a flawless period of time. All of these kinds of things never existed. They would not have existed. Our focus was on preservation, education, and so many laying the groundwork for us to have moved up and moved into a wonderful space, as you've described, by the Art Deco Welcome Center. I want to say that since I've been there, and it's been 3 months, I mean, we've turned the entire place around. And so our focus is on, we've had 4 international lectures since I've been there. We've changed our programs to educational with our tour programs. We started a high school internship program where we're educating students. They spend some time with us. We've began Art Deco Weekend planning months earlier. We've worked with the city. We just worked with the mayor's office for the Galleria, which is on Ocean Drive, which we just premiered
George,
not long ago.
I don't want to cut you off, but the last commission meeting, we specifically asked for changes to
Well,
transparency.
we've done some of those. We've done some of those, and he can bring those, as you've suggested,
But where
to
are
the
they
next
today?
meeting.
Because I've been waiting for this for almost 6 months.
okay, I've only been here for 3 months.
So why don't
And-
we set in September?
Okay.
Before, the lease negotiation, you come back with a plan of action. And let me ask, and then I'll hand it over to Commissioner Bott and then Commissioner Fernandez. I hear one side of this, right? From Commissioner Suarez, I go, whoa, this is eye-opening.
Right.
But a lot of issues in life, if you only hear one side, you go, oh, wow. But then if you hear it explained away, you go, okay, that makes sense. Is this wrong, what we're seeing? Like, or is there an easy explanation away that exists? Or when you're seeing some of these things brought up, is what happened wrong?
I mean, I'm happy to say that my predecessor is no longer there, who caused so much of the concerns that the commissioner has right now.
Right, but are his concerns warranted in your view?
Yes, and I said I ran the organization for 9 years. We never had those kinds of issues. So I mean, as the interim director and having been speaking, I was thinking while I was sitting there to commissioners since 1992. I'm like back up here after so many years. But it's so important for us to deal with these kinds of things. I get it every day from people. So by having my predecessor not here, it makes it so much easier. But many of those issues were caused during that period of time, which is now over.
Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner
May I-
Bott, Commissioner
May I jump
Fernandez.
in, please? May I jump in?
Please.
I want to say that MDPL is an organization that it's very needed here. It's
Now more than ever.
worldwide known for the Art Deco district, and that we need this organization. So first of all, let's start by separating the organization from what happened. Because that person is gone. A new person is in. Now, do I know that you've been waiting for something? I would suggest that MDPL should send updates to the commission, to the mayor, and all the commissioners of what they are doing, maybe every 2 weeks, and let you know how it has changed. I truly believe that it was horrible. I spoke up to many people, what was going on. And I knew it was going on, and I can say Unidad never gets a developer's money because we don't have anything to sell. So that was, to me, a very telltale issue that was happening. And I didn't have real knowledge because everything was changed. I think that the organization needs to give you updates. Have they changed the way, the bylaws, and what did they change? Just let me finish. What have you changed? Because if you don't tell them, they don't know that you did them. And the way to resolve this issue is piece by piece. I think the board never knew anything. Some of the boards, I believe, knew what was happening, and some of the boards were kept unaware. I think that they need to tell, when they get a new member, realize what their responsibility is. So the board member knows when they come in that they have to look at the finance. For people to stand here and say they didn't know where the money was coming from, they didn't know where the money, board members, it's a terrible issue. That is your responsibility. You need to know everything that's happening. You need to know that he's supporting this, whoever is there, or not supporting. It's like a little city, the executive director. But I think that they are trying very hard to come forward. Now, do you need to know? Yes, I do. Do we need MDPL? Yes. So I want you to separate. If you want to do something of what happened, don't let it happen again.
And Maddie, I think we're all in agreement.
I know you agree.
I believe in MDPL.
I know. I know.
And I want MDPL to be.
But ask for reports little by little.
Well, that's what we're doing. That's why we're here today.
And
Okay, let me rephrase.
another thing is
Madam
you
Mayor,
could
hold on.
appoint
Okay.
somebody
Yep.
to that board. We
Madam
used to
Mayor.
have a board member there.
Yep, I appreciate it.
From
Thank you,
the
gentlemen.
city.
Before you do, I think we have one more public comment, and then I'm going to hand it over to the commission to wrap this up.
Okay, can I just talk for like 1 minute?
One.
Anybody else want?
Please. Yep.
Say something? Okay. We have a search firm looking for a permanent executive director. I sent you all copies of the announcement to pass around to anyone.
Yeah, but that's, but.
Wait, please. It's my 1 minute. We are working, we are very active board of directors now. Before, I don't think they knew what was going on. We're trying to be open. We're trying to do everything right. We really are. I'm the one who speaks in front of the Historic Preservation Board.
Yep.
It's cost the city nothing. And it is from the Advocacy Committee, which is made up of members. The executive director, no one else has any control over what we say. Whether the Historic Preservation Board listens to us or not, it's up to them. We just give our opinion. But it's a good operation. It's a wonderful operation. You all should come and see it for yourself and give us a chance.
Roger,
Really.
thank you for leading this charge. Let's come back in September with a more robust and ironclad list of the changes that are going to happen to be sure that this is resolved.
And Mr. Chair, I want to be perfectly clear. Look, I understand that you're going through change, you're getting a new executive director, but there's nothing stopping you from hiring an even worse than the previous director that you've had, okay? And that's what my concern is. What safeguards do we have to ensure that that doesn't happen again? And one of my red lines, okay, is that if you want to lobby us, the commission and the boards, you cannot take developer money. We can't take developer money as elected officials. So why does an organization such as MDPL get to have it and still lobby and drive public policy? While you're here, is that something that you're willing to do? Not take any developer money moving forward?
We're working on the wording for that in our new board of directors, in our new bylaws.
And are you also comfortable with sharing and being transparent with all expenditures? Because if you're going to be taking city money, I want to have a line item breakdown of all expenditures from MDPL.
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Natalie, let's go to public comment, and then I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Bach, Commissioner Fernandez, and wrap up, please.
Daniel's iPhone, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good morning, members. This is Daniel Seraldo, previously Executive Director of Miami Design Preservation League. This is the second meeting about MDPL in David Suarez's hunt for dirt during election season. I had offered to Commissioner Suarez, as you all know publicly, before the first hearing, to meet with him, to go through everything. He didn't want to do that. The old chair, frankly, when you talk about politics, it was all about David Suarez's witch hunt. He didn't want to be involved in that, and who would? And so all I can say to you is that all of our donations are public on the MDPL website. I know Maddie, maybe she's a member now. She hasn't been one for many years, but we sent that out to all our members to celebrate the contributions of the businesses and residents who give to MDPL. It's a very sad day in Miami Beach to see MDPL back where it was about 7 years ago when there was an attempted takeover by Maddie Bauer and Randy Hilliard, where they gave $50 bills to buy ballots to try to take over MDPL. Tanya was on the board at that time. And so I'm happy once again to be involved in the conversation. But this is all David trying to get some airtime, trying to maybe run for mayor. And that's all I really have to say. I love MDPL. People have said I'm the best director in its history, and I think my record speaks for that. And I don't think the city should be bullying nonprofits like O Cinema and MDPL. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel.
Commissioner Bach, Commissioner Fernandez, then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I wanted to correct the record on a couple of things. I think it's I think it's unbecoming this body to ascribe motivation to people who are not here. Nancy Liebman, who is an esteemed member of this community, is in a assisted living facility suffering with dementia, and I don't think you can impugn her reputation without her being able to be here to talk about it, and that's not possible. I don't know if you reached out to Kirk Pascal to talk to him about his, how he felt about this,
I'm just laying facts, Commissioner. You're asking me a question. I'm just simply laying facts of
Okay,
what I uncovered with
Okay.
a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily
Thank
need
you.
to interview
Okay,
the people involved.
Well, if you don't.
And by the way, Nancy Liebman is a dear friend. Believe it or not, her grandson is one of my close friends, and her son is my accountant for my business.
Okay.
So, like,
Well, perhaps,
I revere.
Thank you for answering
Ms.
the question. Perhaps if you had reached out to Kirk Pascal, you would know that he was incredibly conflicted about supporting this compact to allow some additional FAR, because he and I talked about it as friends for quite some time. He was very conflicted about it, but in the end, the protections offered to the Tatum Waterway were worth it to him and to the other folks who made that decision. You said it's irrelevant now because of Live Local. PJ, I don't know if you can pull up that slide. That is factually incorrect. It is not part of the Live Local area. So this entire Tatum Waterway area, which you see up in gray, anything that's in blue is subject to Live Local. All of that Tatum Waterway area is protected and is not subject to Live Local. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just correcting the facts for anybody who is here and anybody who is listening. So let's speak about facts and let's get informed information, not just taking things out of context. The question I have, Mark, maybe you're the right person to answer this question if you don't mind. I don't mean to give you a pop quiz, but the location that the NDPL facility enjoys now is adjacent to, literally in the heart of the Art Deco neighborhood. It is where people go to find out where they're looking, what they're looking at, how to learn more. And I think you tell me how many people come through tours every year. It's a staggering number.
Approximately 8,000, that's not including private tours.
8,000
people a year do our private tours, and the amount of people that come.
Please speak into the mic, please, for the record.
Can you come up to the mic? I'm sorry. Can you just speak into the mic?
We have a slideshow presentation, but approximately 8,000 people take our walking tours every year, not including private tours.
And not including Art Deco weekend.
And not including Art Deco weekend. Then the visitor center does approximately, Matt, probably does on average busy day 500 to 600 people a day. And so somewhere in the neighborhood of 280,000 people a year. We're probably the busiest welcome center south of Orlando. And those people come in and want information. And we don't get bad reviews because I hire people that are local, that are invested into the community. The gift shop, I support local artists. So local artists are represented. That's what makes our gift shop unique. And same thing in the exhibit center. We have a wall just dedicated to local artists. And residents and locals get into the museum for free. We have programs in the museum for free. If you take the walking tour, you get into the museum for free. People come in. I developed a special map just for the Art Deco district about 6 or 7 years ago and now the city's actually using it to develop their own map because people used to come in and say, where's the Art Deco district? And, what do I want to see? And so, we're one of the most valuable pieces of property on the beach. And my name is Mark Gordon, and sorry.
What's your position, Mark Gordon?
I'm the deputy director for the Preservation League.
So,
and I'm not political.
So moving the MDPL organization into the South Shore Community Center or to an office in the old City Hall would effectively kill all of that.
Yeah.
We are watching MDPL expand their offerings to the community. The Art Deco Neighborhood Association has events there. There are events that are made possible for city events, for neighborhood events, for community events. I share the concern that my colleague has raised about the messy influx of funds that have come in from various sources over the years. In fact, when I was the city appointee to the executive committee, Kristen, actually Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez had appointed me to that position, and I raised that issue at that time. There were a lot of us who were concerned about the conflation of developer money with the mission that we had at hand, and we were overruled. And, as a board works, just as this board works, majority rules. The advocacy committee has always been independent, and whether people do or don't take their advice, it's up to the people listening to the advice. But like any organization, it is, you can make your voice heard, and you can advocate for what you think is right, but it doesn't always go your way. I think that punishing this organization and stripping it of its location, which we know that lots of people are very eager to get their hands on. Developers have said to me up front over years that they would love to get their hands on that piece of land. So stripping this organization as a punitive measure from the site location, which is in the heart of the Art Deco neighborhood, where it turns casual passersby into raving fans of Art Deco history, I think is beyond the pale. I completely agree. I hope Ira Giller is working on the bylaws, because I worked on them with him when I was still on the board, and he's excellent, and I expect to see a really robust, strong, protective bylaws coming out of this organization. I have every confidence that this will be handled in the manner in which we all need it to be handled. I think every 2 weeks is not realistically, but I think a monthly update would be a realistic letter to commission. Here's what we're doing. Here's what we're still working on. Because the other thing, and I worked on the bylaws when I was on the board last time to tighten up things that were, going poorly at that point. You want to be right, and so you want to spend the time to get the bylaws right, and it's not something you're going to slap together to accommodate somebody's, self-imposed, man-made deadline. It is something to be done correctly, with research, with discussion and debate, and so I'm confident that we will see that. I am not in any, I don't think we need to impose fictional deadlines. I think a monthly update and coming back every quarter to tell us where we are, where you are, is the right thing to do. And I think that separating the past from the future is the right way to go. And I will absolutely be looking forward to seeing good improvements made to make sure this never happens again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We need to rein this in. There's nothing actionable that's happening here. We cannot stay on this track. Commissioner Fernandez, comments, and then we're going to move on. We're going to see you all in September. Thank you for the work in turning the page in the new direction. Commissioner Fernandez, then we're moving on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just aligned with the points that, all institutions are bigger than an individual. There's no one individual that can define any one institution. Throughout this city's history, this city has had people that have come and gone, that have sat in our very chairs, and they don't define who we are, and they don't define who the city or what the city of Miami is or believes in. And so the organization stands for itself. It stands for its historic work in the preservation of Art Deco and our renowned architecture beyond Art Deco throughout Miami Beach. What I just want to make sure is that as the organization talks about its future and its governance for the future, that the proper safeguards are indeed placed there, that as an entity that has a management agreement, and that's what differentiates MDPL from any other organizations. There are civic organizations like MBU, like FPNA, like MBNA, like ABNA, like ADNA. Those are civic organizations. They're independent organizations. They're not affiliated to the city. And if they want to, engage in donations from private sector, that's up to them. They're private entities. But what differentiates MDPL is that it is an entity that has a management agreement. It is an entity that has standing on preservation matters that is granted in our code. And that because of that unique position that MDPL has in that manner, it should agree that its fundraising, in its fundraising efforts, number one, it won't get monies from developers or vendors or anyone doing business with the city. And then number two, also, that perhaps its fundraising be an independent arm of the organization. Friends of NDPL, an independent arm that is not tied to the policy recommendations that MDPL makes to our city commission. And lastly, I feel that as an entity that does occupy publicly owned property and that does have certain standing within our city code, that any contributions that it is receiving, that there should be some sort of transparent reporting requirement, some sort of transparent reporting filing with the city clerk's office, just so that we can make sure that no conflict of interest exists. And we make these recommendations, I believe, at least I make these recommendations, because I believe in MDPL, and I want to see MDPL remain strong. I want to see preservation remain strong in Miami Beach, because now more than ever, our community needs the advocacy of MDPL. We are under attack. Our historic districts are under threats from inside and outside our community. And so to the extent that I make these comments, they're not criticism, but they are supportive to help strengthen the future of this valued organization in our city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. CFO, can you reflect that we're going to hear this discussion about the lease renewal in September, and MDPL will be returning with an update with the steps that they've taken to restore public trust and their operating procedures?
Yes, Chair. We'll show the items were heard in the return to the September, and MDPL will be presenting organizational changes as discussed.
Thank you. Can we move to OB3?
Sure.
Joe, please. Yeah, guys, okay. We're moving on. The Barclay, please.
As someone who's been a long-time member of the MDPL and a long-time member of the
Your mic is on.
what it all comes down to is exactly as Commissioner Bott said, it's the site. A lot of special interests want that building, want that site. Please don't lose sight of that site. That's what's behind all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is OB3, update on negotiations with 1940 Barclay Partners LLC pursuant to request for proposals, RFP number 2023-115-KB for the redevelopment of the city-owned property located at 1940 Park Avenue, the Barclay, for development and ground lease agreement, OB3.
Stephen, are you running point person as the city?
I am.
Tell me how we are going to revitalize a historic city asset, help move forward a blighted area in a prized neighborhood, and have housing to help affordability for our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Stephen Anthony, Economic Development Director, City of Miami Beach. This is regarding, so the Barclay has been, this is a follow-up to the Finance Committee that was sent in September, where there were two recommendations that came out of the committee that was set to go forward to commission. One was negotiating the upfront payment as a part of the agreement. The other was around the consideration of set aside for market rate or affordable units. Following that conversation, there was some changes that had occurred to the developer's Grove City subsidy that is being requested from the developer. They are now delivering a more reduced scale version of the design that incorporates a modest affordable housing component to that. But the biggest piece of this is really to understand that now with the new design that's going forward, is that there is no city subsidy that is being asked for from the developer. The number of units have actually been reduced from where it was previously recommended from the developer. And I believe the developer is here to give some additional context around that. But what we've now worked in, and of course with the recommendation of the committee, can certainly set aside. We're looking for additional feedback around the terms in terms of their agreement. We certainly can utilize some additional recommendation from the committee regarding that. But we do believe that the new proposal that has been set forth is the best proposal that has been put forward to actually get this site built and put forward and reactivated.
Donnie, did you want to run through high level what those terms are? So we're building within code as of right. The Barclay is being restored. What is going to the payment to the city, and what's going to be the mix of unit type?
Absolutely. Very much appreciated. Donahue Peoples III here. I am the CEO of Legacy Real Estate Development. We're the selected respondent for the project. It's been a long road.
You're not even that young anymore.
I know.
That's how long this has been happening.
This is, as of August 2nd, it will be 30 months.
I'm looking at a committee agenda from 2017, and they were discussing the Barclay Plaza. The longer we wait here, the more we are at risk of losing this cherished asset, and even more importantly to me, the longer we take from taking steps to add housing for residents.
Absolutely, and Commissioner Magazine, I couldn't agree with you more. This project prioritizes expediency, it prioritizes impact. We are compliant with existing height and FAR regulations, so there will be no, as my colleague mentioned, developer subsidy necessary to facilitate the development. What that also does is it allows us to move forward more quickly, no extended entitlement timeline. The project is fully capitalized. Will be in total 105 units. We'll have set-asides for 160% AMI missing middle units. And our pro forma rents are within workforce standards. So what that means is that though there are no restrictions placed upon the project, and though there are no city subsidies, unlike other projects in Collins Park that have delivered workforce rents, our rents will naturally, through market conditions, be at workforce levels, which proves, among other things, that live local legislation is superfluous, and that without height, without density, we're able to build a project that satisfies the missing middle requirements without causing adverse impacts to the community as a whole.
These will all be rental units?
These will all be rental units.
So let me interrupt, and I'll give my thoughts of where we are, what we are doing and not doing for housing affordability. Anybody that tells you the way to help housing affordability that does not include material impact in adding supply is lying or is fundamentally mistelling the truth, okay? We cannot help housing affordability in this city or in any other city by government putting their finger on the pulse and trying to facilitate affordable housing or workforce housing. We've not done that in 10 years. We've not done that. No city is successful in doing that. However, Miami Beach has come up so short in terms of facilitating any type of housing, okay? I got stats from our planning department, and over the past 10 years, if you take out any project that's on the water, because that is not helping attainable housing, that's not where people are living, and that's not helping foster a community, right? Including 5 Park in that. 10 years, this entire city has added 149 units of housing. That is embarrassing. And that is why Tallahassee has come down with a heavy hand that is totally nuclear option. But it's because we've sat here and done nothing to help foster housing affordability. When we talk about overdevelopment, it's not overdevelopment, but it's how this city has grown. Those same stats I got from our planning department. And help me understand how any type of planning goes into skewed stats like this, where we had 149 residential units, and 88 of those just came in Collins Park in the new development. But during that time, 1,500 transient units have been added, with another 1,000 in the pipeline. Think about that. 2,500 transient units have been constructed in the city over the past 10 years. Hotels, short-term rentals, whatever they may be. And 149 housing units have been here. So while it is important the mix, I am of the firm, adamant belief if you add market rate housing in infill areas that don't demand premium numbers because of the location, i.e. the waterfront, that is the best way to help solve housing affordability, even if it is not quote-unquote affordable or workforce or attainable housing, right? Simply adding supply, which we have come up short in doing over the past 10 years, is the best way that we can provide affordability relief to Miami Beach residents.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. We do need housing inventory in our city, and we got to find a way to facilitate it. I do think we need to find the way in which we make sure that, at least as it relates to the public property, when public property is being used to facilitate the increase in the housing inventory, we need to make sure that the public purpose does remain addressed and we maintain a certain level of affordability. So whether it be through AMI, which I also think is kind of complicated at times, or whether it be even through a simpler, rent cap formula that can be adjusted over time, which from my understanding is typically less volatile when it comes to financing for the developer. There is a great need for the added inventory in our city. With market rate, it just gets very tricky. Because ultimately, when we talk about housing, we always talk about housing from the context, well, the housing for our workers, so that we address the traffic issue in our city. If we go purely based on market, you have to create so much inventory to have an impact on the market rate that it's going to be, decades before you have sufficient housing in this city to address the needs of our workers, of our city employees, of our doctors that work in the hospital, of our teachers that work in the schools, of the workforce in this city. So until we get to that point where we have that level of inventory that causes the market rate to fix itself, so that it becomes affordable to our workforce, we need to somehow put certain measures in there that helps serve that segment of the population.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Peebles, it looks like you put pen to paper, you made this work, okay? Would you be willing to help the city out on another project that we are apparently having to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for, as far as a study? And I believe that's the Byron Carlisle. We're actively reaching out to, we're engaging with a consulting firm to give us a good idea of workforce housing, and so that we don't get bamboozled by developers. Assuming you don't have any interest in the property and developing it, would you be willing to help us decipher or have a third opinion on how to move forward with that? Because that is going to be workforce housing, and we would value your input on that.
Commissioner Suarez, Byron Carlisle is a project that's near and dear to me. I'm a North Beach resident. I drive past it or walk past it nearly every day. And the opportunity to do something transformational from a cultural center standpoint, from a workforce housing standpoint, is meaningful. Our team has been working diligently to understand the site and would happily assist the city and forego the opportunity to develop the project should the city bring us on board to help put together a framework that puts everyone in the best position to be successful.
Well, if you're interested in perhaps bidding on it, don't worry about it. But if you're not, we certainly would love your help in figuring out what is the best course of action and engagement on that particular property. Because, we're having to spend, I think, Commissioner Bott, correct me if I'm wrong, $200,000 on a study to just tell us what direction is up, right? And avoid what happened at the Collins Park.
Understood. I think from my perspective, I'd like to do whatever I can to be the most additive to the city process. We'll do whatever city staff and certainly the commission directs us with respect to the Byron Carlisle. It's a great asset, and any group would be lucky to lead the development there. However, if our efforts are better suited assisting the city in framing the RFP, we'd welcome the opportunity to do that.
I will emphasize, you said pro bono, yeah?
Can I say one thing before I leave?
Yeah.
Um,
And then Commissioner Bott.
Here's what I would tell you. The neighborhood is really upset. It's blighted. It's boarded up. It's an eyesore. So get it done. Get it restored. Per the conversation we had, I told you what my experience was after going and studying the Anamar, which was that the two-bedroom units leased much quicker than everything else. So once we give you this, if there's any way that you can reconfigure it to give us more 2-2s instead of studios, if you think that that's even viable, the larger the units, the easier they are to lease. That would be my only comment. And it's been too long.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, I second that about the unit size mix. If there's a way to recalibrate a little bit, that would be great. This has come before us and precedes us by years, and it has been kicked around, kicked down the road, kicked like a deflated football.
No, just go there, Commissioner.
No, like a deflated football.
Go where you want.
It's been atrocious, and you have come back to us with multiple proposals that have been exactly what we asked for, and this commission has said thanks, but we just changed our mind again. And I'm appalled at that. This has been sitting fallow, to be generous, in a dilapidated state for far too long. It's embarrassing that you come out of a world-class, one of the best convention centers in the world, where we are busy building a world-class convention center hotel to attract the biggest and best conventions anywhere in the world. But you have to kind of put blinders on as you walk past what used to be and could again be this gorgeous building. And not to mention the fact that we have a need for housing has been articulated so clearly, so I won't reiterate that, but it's absurd. So I have two questions, just confirming that that you are proffering a covenant that runs with the land in perpetuity for no short-term rentals.
Confirmed.
Okay. Would you be willing to consider, because I know market rate currently gets us to, even though it seems expensive to me, it is within the AMI parameters. So would you be willing to offer something that would cap rent increases tied to CPI so that there's no opportunity for all of a sudden somebody to be notified that the rent is doubling?
I think that's a conversation that I'll need to have with my capital partners. The project as it sits today is fully financed and ready to move forward. We're excited and chomping at the bit to deliver something that will ultimately be transformational to the community. I understand, and you and I share that sentiment with respect to workforce and affordable housing. Given current market conditions and uncertainty with respect to the hard cost environment, and with broader, I think, American macroeconomic sentiment, it gets a little difficult for us to commit to something as austere right now. But what I can commit to doing is working extraordinarily collaboratively with the gentleman to my left as we move through iterations of the term sheet and ultimately to a ground lease very quickly to get something back in front of the city commission that speaks to our shared objective.
So I would make a motion to move this. I would encourage you, and I think you guys have worked together before in DC, right?
We have.
So thumbs up or thumbs down on working with him?
It depends on how this goes.
Yeah. Listen, I want to get this done. I think that as you go through the process, you can look at the mix and increase the number of two-bedroom units versus not, and find an option down the road at some point to try to keep rents affordable. Because what we saw happening 4 years ago, was people, getting a note slipped under their doors saying your lease could be renewed, but at double the current rate. And I want to make sure that doesn't happen to the best of our ability. But I would move this with a favorable recommendation.
So if you're not for the rent cap, I'm guessing we can't have a government-owned grocery store on the ground floor?
Unfortunately, we wouldn't have the floor plate for it.
Just had one question. What's the breakdown of the square foot of unit sizes?
It's all in here.
Of course, our studio units average a little north of 450 square feet. Our one-bedrooms are just a bit larger than 650, and our two-bedroom units are just shy of 1,000. They're about 930 square feet.
That's a great mix.
Thank you.
So I'll also note here as well, and just to address a few things, one for what Commissioner Bott just mentioned and also with Commissioner Fernandez, I'm also looking to include within the agreement a set aside for a number of units for senior housing vouchers. So one, we'll have affordable senior housing vouchers that will be included as a part of the agreement.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So I think we have Commissioner Bott making a motion to return to commission with a favorable recommendation on the updated proposal to redevelop and activate the Barclay property, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor?
Aye. Think about the rules you'd apply to me at Tuesday
I
morning
just want to
breakfast club.
clarify. I know,
And apply
I
those
can't
rules.
hear. I can't hear. You know, you should have a mic that speaks up a little bit in the area for people like me that can't hear. I forgot to put my hearing aid. Let me have the tape. I just wanted to clarify the rents. The city, I want to thank you for including the housing authority, first of all, because I spoke to him and it's very nice, and you have included us, and I appreciate it very much, okay? And that, the housing authority, Section 8 pays $2,214 a month. The studios apartment average would be $2,576 a month. The one bedroom, it's going to be $3,505 a month. And the two bedrooms, it's going to be $4,982 a month. And so I want to put on the record that I am not a member of MDPL that is $25 or $50 a year, because if I had to pay any rent like this, my whole pension would go on 1 month. And I live with that. So when you call affordable housing, please put the rent on the record, because those words sometimes are only the Section 8 could be in the 7 apartments that we're going to get, because nothing else for the people that work like me, that I make almost a year, maybe with the 2 pensions that I have, $50,000 or $60,000, could not afford to live in any of these. So when you think of affordable housing and you think of the bikini, that you are maybe going to do a park or a recreation or whatever, think of the housing authority that really could do affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next time certain?
Commissioner, there was public comment.
Oh, sorry.
Larry Schaefer, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. I believe that Commissioner Bott advanced an idea of doing CPI-based rent increases as a form of rent control. I'd like to note that I believe that that's illegal at the state level, where DeSantis has signed into law sweeping legislation to keep local municipalities from enacting rent control and many other things. So I think whatever's being done here certainly needs to have a visit through legal. And like the applicant, I have extensive experience as a Section 8 landlord for over 20 years. And for both of these projects, this one being considered now and also the Byron Carlisle, I'd like to donate my time to give advice to the commission and this committee related to Section 8 matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. And one thing, and then Matthew, I'll turn it over to you. That has been discussed ad nauseum leading up to this, but I know that this was a briefer conversation. But to enter into the record, one of the huge public benefits that the developer is providing is not just an increase in the supply of housing, but it's actually restoring a historical building. And you could just give a thumbs up or thumbs down. But you'd be able to provide lower rents if you bulldozed this property and built fresh from anew?
Yes, though the economics there get relatively complicated. We would likely need additional zoning concessions like height and FAR to deliver the proposed impact that would make a difference from the supply side.
But where I'm going with this is it actually costs you money that is then baked into rent costs to restore this asset that the city wants restored.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I just want to mention, for me personally, while that might seem advantageous to some, this is Washington Avenue, which is a main thoroughfare in our city. This is across from our convention center. This is surrounding so many hotels. Preserving the character as much as we can is so important. There you have, right there, you have in that corner, the Mansfield Plaza, which is such a beautiful building, and so many other buildings that are there of its time that reflect the architecture of Miami Beach. It is an asset to our city, to your point, Mr. Chair, that you are preserving this, because for many people who come to the convention center, that will be their exposure to our historic character in our city. Preserving and adding on, which it's, they're doing preservation.
Matthew.
Thank you, Mr.
My
Chair.
mic is working perfectly up in my office on the fourth floor.
I'm not against the project. I'm not against the project.
Louis, help.
I'm just stating a fact.
Help our former mayor to my office where she can hear things even better up in the fourth floor. Nah, I kid. Go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matthew Goltanoff, and like many of you, I've ridden my bike, I've taken the trolley, and I've driven past this site for many years, and I followed the saga of the Barclay, and I think it's great that it finally appears that it may be moving forward, that it can deliver over 100 housing units. As you've correctly pointed out, because coincidentally I was just doing research on how many housing units and what classification, whether condo or rental, have been built in this city over the past year, past 10 years, and it's a very low number, as you all know. When I was on the planning board, I supported building more attainable housing on Washington Avenue, and I watched commissions bend over backwards to build more luxury housing, but not housing for our workforce, for the hospitality industry. And I think while it's only 100 units, it's definitely heading in the right direction, and hopefully this will be something that can be delivered to the community soon.
Thank you, Matthew.
Good afternoon. Michael O'Hara, Executive Director, Housing Authority, City of Miami Beach, 200 Alton Road. Just want to let you know that myself and Donahue have been working on this for the 30 months that it's been going on, and we're proud to have an agreement to include 7 affordable housing units in the property for elderly residents. And I just wanted to, Commissioner Magazine, just add to your number of completed units, 119 units developed by the Housing Authority on South Shore Drive will be added to your list this summer.
Absolutely
Just
incredible.
wanted to let you know.
Absolutely incredible. That's exactly what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll show there was a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez, and the item passed 3-0.
Thank you. Let's get to another time certain, the trolley contract.
Yes. MB 24, we'll hear MB 24 next. Request for advisory review of final selection and negotiated agreement in substantial form is set forth in Exhibit A with Limousines of South Florida Incorporated pursuant to an invitation to negotiate ITN 2024-008-ND for municipal circulator services, Transportation Mobility Department.
I want to tee up before you start, Jose, where I'm at on this. This is a 7-year contract. This has the implications of having millions of dollars of impact to our budget, not to mention a critical need and usage across our city. We got this as a supplementary item over the weekend. I think, 100 pages maybe, Christina? So this has been a very, very robust process. I understand the time frame it's on. I myself would be hard pressed to think that after seeing a presentation, I'll come down definitively on an answer. I'm starting out wanting to get more direction and familiarity here, and then we have one-off discussions going into keeping this in committee and hearing it further in September. I don't want to spend the next 5 hours on this, which could totally be justified, but I want to let you all know, my colleagues know, where I'm going with this, where I'd be hard-pressed to think where I just say, you know what, green light, go ahead, make a decision here. This is very introductory and exploratory for me for a very, very important and lengthy process.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to want to defer this because we did get this yesterday. Why? Why are we getting a 100-page document the day before a FERC meeting and expect us to digest it?
I believe the supplemental was issued on Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Friday.
Yes.
Yes, it
And
was released on Friday.
It was released on Friday. I believe the
Friday,
regular-
10 p.m.
Friday
Yeah.
night, yes.
But how do you guys really, how does staff really expect us, because we're part-time, right? To digest over a 100-page document, that's something as pressing as this has been going on for a year.
How long has this RFP process been going on?
12 months.
So
yeah.
the negotiations have been going on for approximately 12 months, yeah.
Yeah, and then I never got a request for a briefing, perhaps, on this, on specifically this.
Unfortunately, due to the cone of silence, we were unable to have briefings relative to the.
Okay, well, that being said, I think, wouldn't it be prudent to give us more time instead of, because this is not the first time staff has done this to us, right before an important item. And I want to make sure that staff gets the idea, I hope Eric is listening, that, that if you're gonna give us a boatload of information before an important item, that it's probably best to ask for a deferral for the next time so that we can digest it and make the best judgment possible.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I agree with the Vice Chair. But it's also, these items get placed on the agenda. It's not staff's prerogative whether an item is heard on an agenda or not. It's their job to provide the information. Sometimes this information is submitted late, but they don't get to choose when items are placed on an agenda or not. They're just in the queue. But I agree with you, an item of this nature and this substance does need more time for us.
Let me ask you a question about the cone of silence. If this would have been submitted a week earlier, it's my understanding, I spoke with,
No, I wanted to correct myself. I think I texted you. The cone of silence applies unless there's been a recommendation to the commission. And what we have now in the FERC memo is a recommendation to the Finance Committee. So in order for the cone of silence to be lifted insofar as the manager being able to brief each one of you, and it would be the manager who would have the ability to do that, the manager would need to make a recommendation to the city commission.
Okay. So let's not spend more time on this point, hopefully conveyed. I think you're in the same place as I am then. Likely, I'll ask to keep it in committee, but I do want to have introductory conversations today. Let's cap this at a 20 or 25-minute discussion. But I want to have an introduction here. And so we're not starting afresh just in a new month. Commissioner Bott, any kind of forewarning you want to add, or can we just get kind of hearing the presentation?
No, it's all good.
Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you this item. PJ, if you could put up the presentation. So the item essentially presents the administration's recommendation to award the municipal circulator service contract to Limousines of South Florida, LSF, and will also present the key terms for that 7-year agreement, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair.
So just simplistically, we're being asked for two things, right? One is who the selected operator is going to be, but then secondarily is also kind of what level of service or what part of that is going to happen. Is that correct?
Primarily the vehicle type. is the decision that we would like to have from this body and from the city commission so that we can order the vehicles, because the vehicles do have a long lead time of 18 months to begin to be delivered. So for that reason, the sooner a decision could be made, the better. Okay, so little overview. Next slide, PJ, please. A little overview on our current trolley system. For the past 10 years, we've operated via Limousines of South Florida, LSF, a citywide interconnected trolley service based on a fixed route, fixed schedule. Our current fleet is 33 vehicles, 21 in operation. We use 12 vehicles as spares. We operate 6 loops within 5 different routes, 2 loops in South Beach, 1 in Mid Beach, 1 in North Beach, the Collins Express, which ties the 3 loops together, and then our more recent addition to the portfolio was the Mount Sinai link that connects North Beach and Mid Beach to Mount Sinai Medical Campus. Our hours of operation are Monday through Sunday from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. So we operate 15 hours a day every day of the year, and our average service frequency is approximately 20 minutes. Next slide, PJ. So this depicts our current vehicles. I'm sure you've seen them all throughout the city. It's a hometown trolley. It has a diesel engine. They're about 30 feet long. They seat about 40 passengers, 24 passengers seating, 15 passengers standing. We currently, as I mentioned, we have the fleet of 33 vehicles. 12 of those are low floor, and that's the image on the right. And 21 are high floor, that's the image on the left. The low floor vehicles are very convenient for boarding and alighting because they provide for level boarding. They kneel down and they essentially come down to the curb, at the same level, at the same grade. But we do have more high floor trolleys. Those are the ones on the left, and those passengers have to navigate a series of 3 to 4 steps to be able to get to.
So what is the benefit of that?
The low floor is a much more convenient vehicle just for passengers all around.
Right, but we have 21 high floor.
Correct.
So what's the benefit of having a high floor versus a low floor?
Well, the high floors were the first vehicles that we purchased, the first edition, if you will. As a matter of fact, back then, 10 years ago, the low floors were not even available in the market.
Okay.
So we had to go with the high floors, and then as we evolved and brought more loops into play, then we purchased the low floors.
So as we're going forward, there's really no added benefit of having the multiple step-ups. Essentially, we'd look to have the low floor.
Correct, yes. Next slide, PJ. So over the past 10 years, we've operated essentially 2 different service plans, if you will. The service plan on the left, we call the pre-pandemic, that was pre-COVID service level. It was a more robust service level. And the service level that you see on the right is our current service level that we've been operating since the pandemic, since 2022 thereabouts. I went over the hours of operation. You could see pre-COVID, we operated 18 hours a day versus 15 hours a day currently. We were able to start our service at 6 a.m. and capture that very early morning market. We had more vehicles in operation pre-COVID. We had 25 versus 21. And I will tell you that 4 vehicles does make a difference in terms of headways and frequency of service. Prior to COVID, we operated headways of approximately 15 minutes, and we're currently at 20 minutes. Our ridership, still very high ridership. Prior to COVID, we were close to 5.3 million riders a year. Since COVID, that's dropped a little. We're at 3.5 million passengers a year, but still that is quite a lot for a municipal circulator service. So
Jose, what is the chicken and what is the egg? Do we have less riders because we have less vehicles, or do we have less vehicles because we have less riders?
We have less riders because we have fewer vehicles. The decision to have fewer vehicles in service was purely a budgetary decision due to COVID. And as you all know, Our transportation fund is one of those funds that are in a certain financial situation.
But, so we have currently 12 spare vehicles. Would we not, we could put them into circulation should we choose to. It's just a question of operational cost.
Correct.
Okay. And why does it cost more to operate a low floor than a high floor?
The capital cost of the vehicle is higher. So the capital cost of the vehicle is built into the hourly operating cost of the operator. In terms of annual cost, approximately 12 million prior to COVID. We're currently at 9.3 million. There you also see the current hourly rates for both the high floor and the low floor vehicles. And our average cost per passenger has hovered around the $2.25 range, which is actually very good for mass transit service. Next slide, PJ. So to help inform the competitive solicitation that we're discussing here today for our new transit circulator service, we conducted a trolley optimization study. In a nutshell, the study essentially corroborated some of what we already knew, which is the fact that our trolley system is very well utilized, 88% satisfaction from riders. However, our current trolley vehicles are not heavy-duty vehicles. They're not truly mass transit vehicles, if you will. One of the key findings of this analysis was that we should transition to a heavier-duty vehicle that is capable of carrying the millions of passengers that we carry every year. And as a recommendation of that trolley optimization study, the consultant recommended replacing our current trolleys with two-door, low-floor, heavy-duty transit vehicles. The Gillig trolley was mentioned as an example of a vehicle, and you'll see.
Jose, I saw on a previous slide, you broke down per cost, ride per cost, and there was a difference between the high floor and the low floor.
Mm-hmm.
So is the upfront cost not only different, but then the ongoing operating costs for the buses are different depending on its high floor or low floor?
That's correct as well, Mr. Chair. It's not just capital, it's also the maintenance associated with a low-floor vehicle, which is more expensive than the high floor. Yes.
How much more?
Yes, than the high floor.
How much more?
Okay. Next slide, BJ. So this next slide will show the two vehicles that are that were considered as part of the solicitation. There you go. So the hometown trolley on the left, the Gillig trolley on the right. You'll notice that they're very similar in appearance, but they both have their distinct nuances. Both vehicles are low floor, carrying about the same number of passengers, available in different types of engines. They're both heavy-duty vehicles, more or less the same length, different chassis, however, and that does make a difference in terms of the ride, the experience of the ride. Our current trolleys, if you've ridden those, it's a harder ride, if you will, than a bus, which has softer suspension and overall just better ride. And in terms of the delivery, I mentioned earlier that these vehicles have a long lead time of approximately 18 months to receive the first vehicle. So in terms of the different manufacturers, it's approximately a couple years and a few months before all the new vehicles will be in service.
Jose, so for hometown, the first vehicle would be in service in a year, and for Gillig, it would be 18, or that's when production would literally start?
No, that's when production would literally start. However, once the production starts, they're able to produce the vehicles fairly quickly.
Every 2 weeks?
Yes.
And which did you say, the Gillig was the softer ride?
Yes.
Okay.
Just it's more of a chassis-related issue, but yes, they tend to have a softer ride.
They both say air ride.
They do, but the chassis is just different. The fact that it's a different chassis we see that with our trolleys, which have the same,
Are there any,
same
are there any
chassis.
municipalities in the nearby area that use a Gillig trolley?
I believe City of Coral Gables used a Gillig trolley. I'm not sure if they still.
I'd like to go on one and see what
They
the
saw,
comparison.
absolutely. We'd be happy to make one available for a ride.
You don't have to make it, I'll just go.
Okay. All right. Next slide, PJ. So this is a closer look at the hometown trolley. You'll note that the hometown trolley has more of that classic American trolley look and feel. On the outside as well as on the inside, both vehicles are very similar, as I mentioned, but they've got their nuances. And as compared to, PJ, the next slide is the Gillig trolley. Okay, next slide. So as I mentioned, from an exterior perspective, both vehicles are available with that full classic American trolley look and feel. However, the most important aspect of any transit service is really the reliability of the service, and it does come down to the vehicles. Currently, we are experiencing some reliability issues, and it's because our vehicles are quite old, and they're breaking down more often than when they were new. So the best way to,
Jose?
I'm sorry?
Are we buying the vehicles or releasing them?
So the vehicles are leased, if you will, by the operator and amortized over the term of the contract.
So I played rugby in college. My coach would say there's no such thing as stupid questions, but just stupid people that answer them, that ask them. So I'll ask a stupid question here. Why would we care about the depreciable life or lifespan if we have a 7-year lease?
The depreciable life?
You highlight as a pro for the Gillig,
Yes.
a longer lifespan. If we
Yes.
don't own them, we're leasing these,
Mm-hmm.
and that's well in excess of our lease term, why would we care about a longer lifespan?
So, well, the contract it's a 7-year term, but it can be extended. There's options to renew up to a 10-year term. And so we would like to purchase a vehicle that has a solid, good 10 years worth of
Yeah, but
life.
wouldn't we renegotiate that at the end of 7 years to make sure that we have new trucks?
We could.
Do we have the
we could-
option to extend this lease that we have?
To
Our
extend
current lease?
with the existing vehicles. So they will need to be extended already if.
Just for the production term?
Just because of the production schedule, at least for another 2 years, we'll have these vehicles in service. But the current vehicles have been fully amortized.
Yeah.
Okay, so some of the key disadvantages that I wanted to point out associated with the hometown trolley has to do with not only the comfort of the vehicle, but also the reliability of the vehicle. Gillig is a manufacturer that is proven. They've got a proven track record. They've been manufacturing mass transit heavy-duty vehicles for many, many years. And just the overall vehicle itself is a more solid type vehicle than the hometown trolley vehicle. Hometown trolley vehicle uses many third-party parts, for example, which may be difficult in securing those parts down the line. They also require the diesel engine in a hometown trolley requires what's called regeneration, which is basically a few minutes that the engine needs in order to recover and rebuild the pressure in order to keep operating. And the hometown trolley engine, just because of, by virtue of the engine that it brings, requires more regeneration than the Gillig trolley. And
Again, another elementary question for me, just trying to understand. With so much emphasis, especially in a city like Miami Beach, moving towards greening infrastructure and resiliency, run me through the thought process of why going with diesel model versus a hybrid.
Okay.
I know when I'm behind if I'm riding my Vespa and I'm behind some of those Miami-Dade County buses or even our current trolleys, oh my God, I mean, 'cause I'm not, I'm not Al Gore here, but it's disgusting.
Well, I think the next slide can also help in that discussion. So this table compares the reduction in emissions for each Gillig propulsion option for the 2025 vehicle model and compares it to our current diesel engines. Clearly, we want to be and are a green city and a blue zone city as well, and we want to have, the best vehicles from an emission standpoint. So a quick look at this table, we compared three different types of emissions, if you will: carbon dioxide equivalent, or greenhouse gas, as it's commonly known, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter. Particulate matter is what often creates that soot that you see on walls and buildings close to roads, and the pollution, if you will. So a quick look at these numbers, we see that the electric hybrid, which is a hybrid between diesel and electric, overall gives, from an emissions perspective, the best results. 32% CO2 reduction as compared to our current vehicles, 92% nitrous oxide, 99% particulate matter. However, there's and the CNG is, I would say, probably a close second, probably at par with the clean diesel. Four key challenges, though, associated with both the hybrid and the CNG models. The first one, as some of us that drive electric vehicles, myself, know, lack of adequate infrastructure. We're still not there in terms of the infrastructure that's needed for electric vehicles, and particularly a fleet of buses of 30 plus vehicles that all need to be charged at the same time.
Where do we store our current trolleys?
At LSF's facility in the city of Miami. And I'll get to that.
That isn't equipped to accommodate hybrid vehicles?
Not at this time, not currently. So the lack of adequate infrastructure, also the higher capital cost. Electric vehicles are approximately 43% higher in purchase price than the diesel vehicles. They also have a higher maintenance cost. This is pursuant to information that we received from the manufacturer, from Gillig.
And you're telling me, really, from an environmental standpoint, the only material difference is just a couple percentage points delta in the PM reduction?
Yes.
Jose, you said you received that data from the manufacturer. Has that been independently verified through parties that are not associated with anybody competing for the bid?
No, we requested that the manufacturer provide their specs, if you will, for these vehicles. So these are based on manufacturer's specifications for the different vehicles. And quite honestly, I mean, if it's a Gillig, it's a Gillig. They really don't mind whether we purchase the clean diesel, the hybrid, or the CNG. They can
So they
provide whatever we ask.
They
And-
manufacture all three types?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a possibility where we might start off with, 90% of our fleet as clean diesel, and we start adding hybrids, and, anytime we need to replace one, we can continue? I mean, I think part of my concern is flooding, and, it may be easier to keep the buses running longer if they're diesel versus an electric. So that's a little bit of a different conversation. But if we do ever want to get to a cleaner fleet, we do have to start someplace. And maybe if with a 43% upcharge, replacing the entire thing at the same time isn't viable, especially as there's no existing infrastructure. But maybe as part of, if we're buying whatever it is, 20 vehicles, maybe we have 18 of them currently diesel and 2 of them a hybrid, and then as we need to replace them, we start swapping over. The technology will get better, the charging options will get better, hopefully the cost would come down. Is that something we could look at as part of this?
I think it's something we can discuss with the operator. we've discussed a potential transition plan. As some of you may know, we've applied for funding from the federal government for electric vehicles. So we have had, but just very preliminary discussions.
When is that, when was that application? I mean, if it's currently, I think that's probably not.
I think I can answer that is, yes, we've applied and it's been canceled.
Okay, so I don't anticipate that change in the next few years at least. So the funding would need to come from someplace else, or we would just need to commit to it and say 2 out of our fleet or 3 out of our fleet will be green, and we will move towards improving that as the opportunity presents itself. I think it should be part of the conversation, because otherwise, every time we do this, every 10 years, unless somehow, all of a sudden we've got magic vehicles coming down, we're going to have the same conversation. It's always going to be cheaper. It's always going to be easier to go with the established infrastructure. But if there's an opportunity to make that mix and start that shift, and it's little by little, then I think we get there.
Sure. I totally understand. I think we can have that discussion with the operator. We'll continue discussions, negotiations with them, if you will, and we'll raise that point.
Okay, thank you.
PJ, next slide. So, Mr. Chair, to answer your question, it was really an evaluation of a lot of factors. It wasn't just the emissions. It was of course, the cost. Clearly, the cost and what we can afford versus what we cannot afford. The city's image, our branding, the fact that we've had a trolley service that's very well renowned. As a matter of fact, I would say it's probably the most successful, probably the most successful. I'm going to go on a limb here in the state of Florida. In terms of municipal circulator service, based on the number of vehicles that we have and the number of passengers that we carry. For example, City of Miami carries a comparable number of passengers, but they have twice the number of vehicles in service.
And would it, I mean, you mentioned other cities. I believe that we have the same or similar trolley system as City of Miami, or at least Brickell, right? Have we thought about, is there any type of benefit in volume? Do any of these other neighboring municipalities or sister cities have their contracts expiring at the same time, so we could make a more bulk acquisition that would lower costs? Have we?
A merger, in other words, between cities and
Yeah,
having.
so us in the City of Miami go out with kind of similar proposals. Perhaps instead of ordering 20 trucks, if we order 50, it's at a lower price.
I'm not sure if that's a possibility. I'd have to reach out to City of Miami to see where they are.
Don't kill yourself on it, but perhaps if you just do some exploratory work there. Try and wrap up, and again,
Yes.
you're not trying to get to a point where we're making a decision here, but give us your synopsis. I'd like to hear public comment, because I think it's important to have a mosaic of different ideas and things that are brought to our attention. And then my motion is going to be keeping here committee here one more time in September before we make a final recommendation to commission.
Okay, all right. I only have about a couple more slides. Next slide, PJ. So, as I mentioned, based on an overall analysis of emissions data, the city's image, branding, as well as the cost, we're recommending a 40-foot clean diesel. One thing I want to mention, the emissions data that I just showed you in the prior slide were based on a 2025 model. The 2026 model per the manufacturer, Gillig, is actually even cleaner. The clean diesel is actually even cleaner than those metrics.
Let's call them RFP respondents, for lack of a better word. They actually have all the same vehicles. It's just through a different means or provider.
That's correct. All three, as you know, we were directed by the City Commission to negotiate with the top 3 ranked vendors. All 3 vendors proffered, if you will, the Gillig trolley vehicle. Again, a lot of that comes from the trolley optimization study that we conducted that corroborated that we need a heavy-duty mass transit vehicle with a proven track record.
I mean, listen, not to say price is the overriding factor, feature in everything, but I'd have to see some pretty compelling things on some of the verbiage to justify that change in price. So it's not as if, it'd be a harder decision if, okay, this is provider We Drive You is giving the Homestead at X price, and then LSF is giving the Gillig, and then we're like, okay, well, what's better, Homestead or Gillig, and then, factor in price. But all three vendors are essentially, if we would say, okay, let's go forward with the Gillig, it's pretty apples to apples comparison.
It is at this point, but I do want to mention that when we started negotiations, because the solicitation was written very broadly, we didn't say this is the type of vehicle that we want. We did have certain criteria in there. We shared the trolley optimization study, which recommended a mass transit heavy-duty vehicle, but we didn't say this is the vehicle that you must propose on.
So that actually simplifies things in my mind. I wasn't aware or appreciate that essentially the vendors are all coming to the same conclusion on the same trolley. Now we're just saying, okay, from an apples to apples standpoint, which is the best proposal? And I'll get into the details between now and next meeting. But, it's hard to think that anything is able to justify the price delta there. But Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, just a
and
question.
guys and gals, just kind of jump in informally.
Yeah, and just a question, because I stepped out and coming back in. The contract is it only for the vehicle, or is it also for the operation of the service?
So the contract is a full turnkey contract, and what that entails is the purchase of the vehicle, the operation, the maintenance, the repair, the drivers, the fuel, the insurances, all.
And that's
all
where I
in.
want to make sure that we truly are secret shopping before we commit to one vendor. I've heard complaints about drivers who are not respectful towards passengers. I've heard complaints about, people. I just think, yes, it's great when you look at the vehicle and the hourly rate for the vehicle, and side by side, well, yes, clearly one company does offer you a clear, better deal. But does that ultimately translate to a better user experience for the passenger? And now we can improve head time, which we should improve head time, and we should go back to the pre-COVID levels. That 15-minute headway, I think we should set that goal. But nothing will improve passenger ridership on our trolley service than the experience that the passenger experiences themselves. And so that's where I think we need to focus on as well, making sure, yes, we can get beautiful vehicles, but unless the experience and the interaction that they have with the drivers, and those drivers being well trained, is there, then we're not going to get the best bang out of our buck.
Yeah, and we will never truly solve traffic in this issue. We can do things around the edges without getting people out of their cars. Right, and the only way that we can get people out of their cars is offering them as convenient as possible alternatives.
Can I go back to the slide where it showed the particulate matter?
Yes.
And the difference. Did we ever consider anything that's purely electric?
We did. Early on, we did, and again, the issue there, Commissioner, was the lack of infrastructure to maintain 100% electric vehicles.
Because, I want to maximize our efficiency. I want to make sure we can get stuff up and running and keep it running even during high water events, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, we're dealing with Parkview Island, which is not caused by bus particulate matter detritus, if you will. But we are finding that our streets are filthy and it goes into the bay. And so the more we can reduce the PM that comes out, the better off we'll be. So, especially in the neighborhoods where things are more, where there is more bus usage, if you are between two stops or, in a heavily trafficked area where there's a lot of routes coming down, then I think we need to look at that as well. I really think that the more that we can incorporate a hybrid model into our model of replacement, the better we'd be. I don't know if anyone from sustainability is here, or for the next meeting, I don't want to drag this out, but can talk about that a little bit more, because I don't know a lot about this. It just seems like that would be the case. If they tell me that, actually it's not an issue, then that may not be such a big discussion point. But if it is actually contributing to all the stuff that's washing down our drains, we should have that conversation be a bigger part of this conversation.
Why don't you go ahead and wrap up, team? Appreciate the work that went into this. I feel much better informed now. And then I want to hand it over to public comment.
Okay. All right, well, after, PJ, if you could just go to the key terms slide. This one, just to give you a snapshot of some of the key terms that have been negotiated thus far. 7-year term, we talked about, with 3 optional 1-year renewals for a total of 10 years. In terms of the routes, we're keeping current service levels, so the same routes that we're operating today, with just minimal operational modifications to improve efficiency. We talked about the vehicle type, the fleet size will be our current service level as well, hours of operation, current service level, frequency, the 20-minute headways, which is the current service level. And then performance penalties. Commissioner, you brought up customer service, and we are keenly aware of some of those complaints, and have brought those up to our operator, and they're taking steps to improve particularly customer service. But what we're doing with this contract is we're putting in a performance penalty that is tied to the mystery rider scores, or secret, like the secret shopper, as you mentioned, Commissioner Fernandez.
And let's say if we go with the proposal you're recommending, that's the base case, what would be the financial impact, kind of above and beyond where we're at now? I know we ran through it in the June budget meeting, correct?
We spoke, I think, at the budget retreat in May. My understanding of the budgetary impact, not for 25 or for 26, but for 27, is approximately $5.4 million additional would need to be found to fund the difference in these contracts. Now, it's important to note this contract rates haven't been increased in over 5 years. And we know what inflation has done over this last 5 years. So, a lot of that makes sense at the end of the day. And I know, Chair, you had spoken during a briefing about when you send this back to Commission to approve the contract, but interest in retaining the item to discuss the transportation fund overall, and either curtailing certain routes or additional services in transportation, or finding additional revenue sources to offset this, so that we don't get, you're a year from now in dealing with the budgetary impacts. But yeah, in September, budget can work with Jose to provide more, because some of these things you're talking about going up could cost more than was initially recommended, which is still a $5.4 million
And
impact.
if part of coming back in September, if you can have a preliminary just brainstorming analysis of other ways the transportation fund can raise revenue.
Absolutely.
Let's hear public comment. Matthew, something tells me, Matthew, you're not here for the 100 Jamaican palm trees in Loomis Park.
Might be. Might be.
Good afternoon now, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yes, I'm here actually came here today to talk about this. This is a very important item for the city. You talked about it. First, for the record, my name is Matthew Goltanoff. I resident 125 Jefferson Avenue, South Beach. Over 3 million people ride this every year. It used to be 5 million. 2 years ago, when there was a commission race, group that I'm part of, we did a survey of all the commission candidates and mayor candidates. 9 out of 10 replied, and they all responded either rarely or never do they take public transit in the county. But many of our residents do, and many probably would want to as well. And I think the survey data showed most of them are tourists anyway. I want to get to the good stuff. The good stuff is the recommendation for a 40-foot transit bus, not a conversion, not a truck chassis, is great. 2 doors will make a huge difference in efficiency. Right now, when you're on the trolley and someone's getting off, people who are boarding have to wait, and that means that it takes longer at each stop. That's called dwell time. And that means that if you're in a car behind, that means you're waiting and it's blocking traffic. So that's good. 2, the look. Why are we using these vintage trolley kits onto transit buses? Does anyone know the answer to that?
Because people find it funny.
Also, probably also distinguishes us from the county buses.
It does, but is there a cost to this? Is it, I mean, you know,
But people use it. It's part of the reason why people use it.
Well-
It makes it friendlier, more approachable.
so it might look better from the outside, but if you ride it on the inside, you find people say that these benches, these wooden benches, are extremely uncomfortable. And the memo, by the way, says that the trolley look costs $120,000 more per bus. That's over $3 million total just in capital costs. So I think it's something to consider. Many of the people that you want to ride to help reduce traffic, they want to see a sleek, modern-looking fleet, not an old, rundown diesel, which is another topic.
Well, that's subjective, right, Matt? I mean, I understand what you're saying. It makes a good you make a good point where it's $120,000 more for the look. And is that correct?
That is correct. It's
So we're paying $120,000 more per bus just because we want it to look like a.
The trolley package, so it could.
What would it
be
look like
equipped with
otherwise?
The trolley package, a bus.
What would it look like otherwise?
A bus.
Could we wrap it to make it look, to give it the vintage look? Because if we could wrap it to give it the vintage look, how many, if it's 120,000 more per bus or per vehicle, how many more vehicles then could we get? Like, could that help us offset to increase to improve the headway?
Or just save money, right?
Well, I think we need
And
one or
also-
the other, yes.
And also,
Yes.
I would
One or the
suggest.
You don't have to spend the money.
I would suggest this is an opportunity to think critically about our branding, right? Like, you know, the kind of warm and fuzzy vintage trolley thing is cute, but it's kind of dated. And, you know, we're having this conversation about Ocean Drive, we're having this conversation about a lot of things. You know, for the fraction of the cost of the add-on kit, we could do this incredible wrap series where, you know, we highlight the different kinds of architecture in in the city, from MIMO to Art Deco. We could make them all look like portions of our beaches and natural resources, you know, the bay and the beach and the parks. I mean, we could have so much fun with wrapping buses to make them look sleek and modern and still very appealing to tourists, make them, you know, make them Instagrammable almost, right? I think, you know, I think the cute little trolley thing is kind of played out. I think of the trolleys at UM, and I think of some of the other kind of older tourist destinations where they don't have a lot else to brag about, really. And I mean, that's biased, but I would say that.
I would just say that I remember when I worked at the
I
county.
was in the middle of a sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I would suggest.
Never ends sometimes, I wasn't sure.
Hot calling the kettle black, my friend. I would just suggest that we look at this as an opportunity, and maybe cut that 120,000 per out and think creatively about how to get the branding we want.
And Commissioner Bott brings up a good point. Well, and correct me if I stepped out when there's branding, right? Or is there like a rev share on the advertising that's on the buses
So,
where does that play into?
Thank you for bringing up advertising, Commissioner, because I did not mention it previously. But currently, as you all know, there's advertising on our trolleys, on the exterior of the trolleys. That's done independently through a separate contract, through an advertising contract, and there's a vendor that the city has to perform those services. With this contract, the idea would be to bring that in-house, so it's all under one contract. Now, advertising is its own, it's its own world, so that's going to require some additional negotiations just for the advertising component, and naturally our communications,
Don't you think
marketing,
that
and
should be
communications is
done
going to
with
be
this?
involved.
Don't you think that the advertising component should be done with this negotiation?
Well,
for this particular?
it could be done together, it could be done separate, as long as it's brought under the same umbrella. I think that's what's important, all under one contract, and the advertising revenues would be used to offset the operating cost, which they currently are not, because it's two separate contracts.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure, because I know in other instances where they have used more bus-looking vehicles, where the ridership was not doing great. And then they introduced a more traditional-looking trolley, even I think through wraps, and then all of a sudden the ridership went up. And so it'll be great to see, like, is there any tie between ridership and how the public perceives these vehicles?
Mr. Chair, if I could
please.
offer some insight. I was in Colorado last month, and one of the towns we were in, a resort town, they had a fleet of 100% electric vehicles by the same manufacturer. And they were extremely comfortable. They were ridden by people of all different economic classes, and it's my understanding they're very successful there. The town is Vail, by the way, you might have heard of it.
Did you go hiking, Matt?
What? Mountain biking.
Oh, nice.
So Chair, if I can, I think one of the directions when it comes back in September is, for transportation to show the financial impacts as we talked about. And Jose, I don't know, is that something that you could, if you want to look at the option of what the numbers would look like if we went with just a standard bus look with just a wrap instead of that $120,000 kit, they can look at what the financials would shake out as. Is that something that you'll be able to have that discussion with them and get new numbers by then?
But I'd also really like to see what the advertising, component could bring in as far as revenue.
And we can
Because,
have
I
that
mean,
for
with the right kind of, advertising vendor, it should cover a good significant portion of the cost.
And we can have that information for September.
We can have a slide or two related to.
I'm sure the
expectations.
representative from Ike is here. Maybe he can give us some good deals.
So Chair, Jose, is that it?
Yeah, is there other public comment? Sir?
Commissioner, we had public comment.
Only because I see you standing. I'm not trying to invoke you if you don't have.
Not at all. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Good afternoon. Max Losner on behalf of MV Transportation with Becker and Polyakoff at 2525 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. Respectfully, MV Transportation was going to request that the committee consider deferring the item before you, not just for the points that yourself, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Suarez so eloquently raised, but I'd also note that the item before you is, it seeks advisory review by the committee. So I would encourage you not just to look at the proposal before you, but all the proposals received by staff and ensure that you're not just getting the best price for this service, but the best quality service that your residents and constituents and workers alike deserve, and perhaps solicit presentations from the other vendors. And with me today is Tina Leinhart, Vice President of Business Development for MV Transportation, should you have any questions or concerns. Thank you so much.
And Rick, what is our cone of silence still going forward in terms of being able to hear from various vendors out of a public setting?
The cone of silence is still in place.
But we can go through the presentation, the laid out.
At committee, it's okay, yeah.
Or if we have a sunshine meeting, can we do it at a sunshine meeting?
If it's a sunshine meeting, I don't see why not.
It's a sunshine meeting actually removes the cone of silence?
Because that's what this is, right?
Well, and vendors are speaking.
Huh?
And the vendors are speaking, correct, right now? Right.
Okay.
Comparison, what's happening here today versus the county? Have you been following the play-by-play?
No, but I'd rather be here than at the county right now, I'll tell you that much, for sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mike Llorente with LSN Law. We represent Limousines of South Florida. We're grateful for the administration's recommendation. And as always, it's been a long but a great experience negotiating with your team. Just wanted to address a couple of the things mentioned just now. LSF didn't just rank higher than MV Transportation, but our price of approximately $120 per hour is considerably lower than MV's, which is about a 50% increase. So again, respectfully, we urge you to continue this conversation. It's understandable that for an item of this magnitude, you want to have it fully fleshed out before making a decision, but we urge you to accept the administration's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Miss, please. And this goes to everybody. If you want to speak, come up, be assertive. Don't rely on me calling you up if you're, just kind of around. But please introduce yourself, and happy to hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Chair and the Commissioners, to let me have this opportunity to make a comment. I would ask if you evaluate the RFPs. When this first came out, or the proposals, when this first came out, there's like, for example, the criteria changed over a year and a half. It's actually been throughout the time frame. And For example, facilities. We are proposing a facility that will house and hold all electric vehicles, charging units, everything. So the amount of different mechanics you may have, somebody might be proposing just C and B mechanics and maybe only 5, or another company is proposing qualified terms. I heard somebody mention customer service at 88% here. We operate St. Lucie, Coral Gables, Palm Tran. All of our customer service surveys are much higher than that. So customer service is part of the contractor that you go with. And the opportunity to have a baffle where it comes to knowing exactly the fleets you're looking at so that you can downsize facilities that will save costs. MB, we don't take shortcuts. So our facilities, I'm sure the best that you'll see of the proposals. And we also have internal teams for zero emissions. We build facilities and transit for LA, different communities, because of our teams and the experience you get with our teams. So I'd like you to consider all of that, and that if there's an opportunity to baffle, so that you can streamline what you're actually asking for, so that we don't have 4 different options to go with than what we've proposed because of the service that you're getting here. So
Where do you personally call home, if you don't mind me asking?
Bourbon Beach, Florida.
Welcome to Miami Beach, and we appreciate your interest in doing business here. Thank you so much.
Chair, if I can, there's one public comment online, but I know after that's done, Jose wanted to give an update on the existing contract, because that has to come back.
No.
Larry Schaefer, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. I am one of those victims of the pollution of the particulate from the trolley system. I'm also a victim of the noise created by the vehicles. We are on 233 81st Street sandwiched between, basically we're in the middle of a highway, 3 lanes going north on Collins, 3 lanes going south on Harding, and we're right in between 2 trolley stops. Our outdoor furniture, our home is constantly covered in black particulate. Our pets, our outside pets, animals covered in pollution. We are 100% behind 100% electric. We think that these applicants should come back with options that are 100% electric. And then if we need to wrap them to make them look like trolleys, then do that and focus on the electric component and not necessarily the appearance. I would like to offer something very constructive in that I have a location identified for an electric charging station. It's actually called Parking Lot P112. It's north of the West Lots. It's a 15,000 square foot parcel that's immediately across from an FP&L substation. So it is not in use. It's actually 2/3 of it is grassland instead of parking. And I'd like to suggest that these applicants take a look at maybe establishing a location there to charge electric vehicles and ask themselves, how much do you pay to store your vehicles in Miami? And how much traffic are you producing when you drive those trolleys across the causeways? And how much time and money does it take to pay for the diesel to power those vehicles as they leave our island? I'd like the city administration to take a look at this parcel, Parking Lot P112. It is at 87th Terrace in between Collins and Harding, and it's unused and could really be helped here. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, last thing I wanted to mention was as we're negotiating with Limousines of South Florida for the new agreement, I mentioned how there will need to be a transition between the old system and the new system. And so the let's call it the current system will need to remain in place until the new system comes online. As a result of that, and as our CFO mentioned, the current rates have not been escalated in several years since after COVID, since about COVID. So the vendor is requesting an increase to the current rates, not the rates that you saw. Those rates went through the solicitation process and whatnot, but to the current rates to allow for the increased cost during the transition period.
Define request.
15%.
No, but he's asking as friends, or it's part of the contract?
Well, it would be as part of the current agreement, our existing agreement, but what we're trying to do is to dovetail the transition into the new agreement. So it would be ultimately part of the new agreement, and so it came up as a
Because we're going with the
separate.
same provider.
Correct, because if we go with the same provider, yes.
So they just wanted to highlight that. Again, we'll come back in September. I think there's been a couple of notes on some slides and some additional information we provided, but I think we have what we need
Yes.
for now, and we will be back at the September FERC.
Yeah, perfect. Do we have time? Thank you so much for your team.
Thank you.
I truly appreciate it. Thank you for everybody submitting an application that wants to do business in Miami Beach. Do we have time to hear the security item?
Yes,
Do we have a hard stop at this committee, or can we just keep going all
you
day?
can motion to extend if needed.
Okay.
I have to leave in 5 minutes, Mr. Chair, and
Parking.
there was a parking item that I have on the agenda.
So let's
that I
make a
don't know
motion
if
to
that's-
extend. Can that be quick? And we'll make
I
a
hope.
motion to extend so we can hear the security, since I've already made the audience so excited that we'll be doing so.
So it would sounds like we'll handle the two parking items, which I think will be quick, and then we'll have the security, and that'll be the
Well,
end.
let's make a motion to
Yeah.
extend now in case it goes over that 5 minutes.
So we'll have a motion to extend to handle the items as discussed, parking and.
Thank you. And which of those, Commissioner Fernandez?
There was a parking item that I am sponsoring.
If I can, they were linked in the notes, OB8, which was a parking update, and MB20. If I can read them into the record quickly. Yep. OB8 discussed the resolution of the Mayor and Commission, of the City of Miami Beach, accepting the recommendation of the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee. It's April 19th, 2024 meeting to accept the city administration's update on the City of Miami Beach's parking department enforcement efforts. That was OB8. And then MB20 discuss the suspension of the annual consumer price index to residential parking rates and evaluate the possibility of a cashless option at all city-owned garage, MB20.
Will, how are you finding your time in Miami Beach?
Sir, every day is a great day in Miami Beach.
It really is, right?
And so, Mr. Chair, I mean, usually we increase parking every other year. Our certain rates is every other year that we increase. Is that right, Will? Or is it every year?
It's every year.
Annual CP, we have annual CPI.
Annual CPI.
Yes.
There's other fees we do every other year.
Correct, some
But this
ETRs.
parking we do every year, and this item is to suspend it for the resident rates.
Yes, if I can, for Will, to help expedite in time,
Yeah.
is yes, so the recommendation is, and the discussion with yourself, was the administration was okay with recommending the ordinance change to suspend the 2026 residential rate increase. So if FERC was okay with that, we would send it back to commission with a favorable recommendation, or we would send it directly to ordinance, so we could get those readings, which there's 2 meetings in September, but I think.
No, yes, sir. So there are two, it would require 2 readings. However, the second reading wouldn't occur until after October 1st. So what we would request is that we hold those into place until the second reading, and then once that happened, make them retroactive.
And Will, there's a fiscal impact associated to this, but by changing our garages to a cashless payment, we're mitigating or being able to cover a lot of those fiscal impacts?
That is correct, Commissioner. There is a fiscal impact of approximately $100,000 to freezing the residential rates for the next fiscal year. However, by also going cashless, we reduce the expenditure of many costs within our garages for accepting cash, and we would offset that by approximately $60,000.
All right. So colleagues,
So I have a question. Is this suspending it just for 1 year, and then it would resume every year, a raise every year?
Yeah, the recommendation, just like last year, is just a 1-year suspension of that, because we could always evaluate it during the budget process. And Will and his team and, MB looked at all of that. The administration's recommending this. We have a favorable
And so when we reconsider it for a future suspension, could we just not do it like every 2 years like we do with other rates that we increase and put it on the same cycle so it doesn't get?
The only one that's really on a 2-year cycle would be the BTRs, which is based on state law, where we go 0% and 5%. Most are tied to an annual CPI, which should be annual reviewed and recommended on an annual basis. So we would like to keep it the ordinance as read, but it would just be a 1-year suspension, just as we did in 25.
So is this potentially something that we would suspend every year?
I think every year that there could be that discussion, and I think that's the discussion, looking at the parking department, what their operations are, and if they're able to afford that, but we are comfortable for 26 that they will be able to afford this. So we need a motion for this item to return to commission with a favorable recommendation to suspend the 2026 residential parking rate increase.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, the motion was made by?
I made it.
Okay. Commissioner Suarez makes the motion, Commissioner Magazine seconds. All in favor?
Aye. However.
Thank you, colleagues.
Jason, I do want to de-link the one that you added, the update on the parking enforcement. I want to get into a more robust conversation, but in the interest of time, let's have that in September. I have promised the security services.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll show MB 20 is returned to the commission, and the other item will be returned in September to have just a general parking update, and then I will read the security item. So next will be MB 19. Discuss a resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, accepting the recommendation of the city manager pursuant to request for proposals number 2024-277-KB for security officer services, authorizing the administration to enter into negotiations and the award of a contract with to Dynamic Integrated Security Incorporated, the second-ranked proposer, as the primary contractor, and to Good Guard Florida Incorporated, the third-ranked proposer, as the secondary contractor, further authorizing the city manager and city clerk to execute the agreements after the administration has concluded negotiations. MB 19.
Please.
Good afternoon, Christy Pada, Chief Procurement Officer. This item was referred at the May 21st Commission meeting for a further discussion regarding a detailed evaluation of the vendor, specifically regarding local staffing, past performance, and inclusion of robust employee retention provisions. I can speak to a few of those. I believe the vendor is also here in case they can speak further to that. However, as a part of the RFP process, and this has been customary in the various iterations and replacement of this contract, we have required that the vendors, if you give me one moment, I'm just gonna, the right of first refusal, which is that the successful contractor shall offer a right of first refusal of employment to those service employees who are currently employed by our current service provider. We did have to enforce these efforts 5 years ago. Well, it's been a little longer than 5 years, but when we did switch prior, so the awarded or the recommended awarded vendor is also purview to that provision and does know the city's intent to try to continue with the employees that are currently employed by the current service provider. Also, regarding Dynamics Experience as the recommended primary for the contract, they have a contract with Leon County Schools. Also, they have several charter schools in North Carolina. They also have an association they provide security officer services to in Weston, Florida. And they are also under the state of Florida contract for security services statewide, actually, not just for any district in particular in the state, but the entire state of Florida.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the recommended company to negotiate with is Dynamic. Do they have security guards in Miami-Dade County?
I don't believe they do, but I can, they're here.
I want to hear, I have a line of questions, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so they don't,
Not from the records that I have.
not from what they responded with. Okay. And then the other company is
And I'm sorry, let me just
Good
correct.
Guard?
Because the state of Florida contract does also cover Miami-Dade County. So they do have it through the state of Florida, but not specifically like with Miami-Dade County.
Okay. And then the other company that is being recommended is Good Guard, is that correct?
Correct. Good Guard is recommended as secondary in case there's any issues with the primary and they're unable to provide services. They can,
Do they have any contracts that when they responded to the bid, Did they show any meaningful security guard contracts?
They had mostly contracts in California, and they provided services for Greyhound here in Miami-Dade County
Okay,
for some of their, I guess, bus transportation facilities.
but really nothing large?
No, sir.
And so those are the two main companies that we're being asked to negotiate with.
Correct.
And then did the incumbent respond, the vendor that currently has a contract?
So we currently have two vendors. It's FPI Security and Security Alliance. FPI Security was non-responsive during the bidding process, and Security Alliance was ranked fourth. If you recall,
Why did FPI become unresponsive?
they didn't submit the correct cost proposal form, so they were
Is
non-responsive.
this like a timing issue? Did they not meet a certain deadline, or they just refused to?
They submitted the incorrect form.
Okay. Was that an accident?
So in the procurement process, in order to evaluate, obviously, apples to apples and make sure that everyone is offered the same opportunity, when a formal change is made, which is material to the cost proposal form, they're all required to submit. If not, we can't evaluate them and score them accordingly in the evaluation process. So they were deemed non-responsive.
I don't think an administrative error should preclude a company that has done pretty well for us from participating in a bidding process just because of an administrative error. Rick, I mean,
Especially when we want to be able to compete for the best
Yeah.
price and service possible.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we just want the best proposal. I don't think an administrative error should prevent the best proposal from moving forward.
Or if somebody submits late for a city asset.
Is it against procurement rules, or am I missing something here?
Well, procurement rules are very strict about submissions because you could imagine the situation where, someone submits and then they might hear that somebody else submitted a different price. So they'll say, oh, well, I made an error. Here's my revised submission. So as a general rule, and I'm not familiar with the specific facts of this particular procurement, but as a general rule, it's not a good idea to vary from the rules of the procurement.
Is it illegal?
So I just, if I can, because I just had a series of questions and my ADD is kind of kick in. Okay, so we had one vendor that, no security guards in Miami-Dade County. Then there was another vendor that wasn't able to provide any experience. And then we have one of the incumbents that did respond to this and offered a full appropriate response. And then we had another incumbent who was deemed non-responsive because of an error in their process. The incumbent that responded, Security Alliance.
Correct.
They do work for us. Do they do work from the records that they provided, do they do work for other cities also? And I just get concerned because, we do rely on our security guard services a lot. And I know a lot of times during high impact periods, we have to call in the security guard companies to provide backup, provide presence, protect a lot of the neighborhoods. When we say these areas are for residents only, areas where you have to show your ID, these are the companies that provide that. And a lot of times, these are planned high-impact periods. Other times, these are moments when, I remember during COVID, the chief at the time had to call in a company out of the county because there was such a great need, but the company that the city had at the time wasn't able to fill the request because there was such a great need. And so then I get concerned, being that this is a tool that the police department uses, that we have incumbents that have been working well with the city, meeting the needs of our city, providing the right amount of security guards, and then we have other companies that are being recommended, some that have no experience in the county, no guards in the county, being able to show no active contracts. And so that just concerns me. It concerns me, you know, I want to make sure that we really do have the best option available to us. And I get concerned when I don't know, just reading the documents, I question if this is the best option for us.
Can I ask a question? You said that one of the vendors said that they don't have operations in Miami-Dade, but the gentleman is sitting here looking very concerned and seeming to indicate that they do. Can we just get for the record what's accurate?
Eli. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Ralph Andrade, I represent Dynamic Integrated Security. With respect to Commissioner Fernandez, your question, we do have contracts and a presence in Miami-Dade County. Just recently at Alligator Alcatraz, we staffed for the state about 50 officers, I think, you know, on 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure you,
Well,
Ralph, I'm not sure you should have told me that. That might actually, you know.
Duty calls.
That's not the best example to give me right now.
When a contract calls, you know, and that requires us to rent the service, we render that service. And so.
Was Gitmo full?
Just following orders, right? Just following orders.
This following orders is right, Commissioner. So we do have a presence here. I think frankly, you know, with respect to the integrity of the RFP process, this has gone on for, I think, about a year and a half now. One of the vendors, your current vendors, you know, failed to submit a material document and was disqualified. I think you also have Mr. Llorente's client, which, you know, we don't have any objection to them, you know, participating in the process. They've been here forever, and so we would just ask that you authorize negotiations and follow your professional staff's recommendation, authorize negotiations with our client, Dynamic Integrated Security, and whatever you decide to do with respect to, you know, the second contract is obviously within your discretion. But we would urge you to follow staff's recommendation. We do have a presence here in Miami-Dade County. We're a responsible vendor recommended by your evaluation committee.
And that's a good clarification because, you know, it's very different to have a presence in Miami-Dade County than not to have a presence in Miami-Dade County. So thank you for clarifying that. But the other company, is there a representative here for Good Guard?
I'm not sure if there is.
Okay, and they didn't provide you any proof of any?
Other than what I've mentioned today, unfortunately, no, that's what we've received.
No active contracts that
Except the Greyhound in Miami is what they provided.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, I want to follow staff's recommendation. You know, that to me is, you know, staff, you go through a process, and I believe in the process. And so, you know, while I agree, you know, fine, Dynamic, but Good Guard isn't even here to speak about their merits. And they don't have a lot of contracts that they can point to. Yeah, we have our incumbent, Security Alliance, who we know the work that they do every single day. And they have employees that work in this building. They have employees that work in this city. And when we've been at our moments of greatest need with our high impact periods, they've stood there shoulder to shoulder with us and with our community. And I don't know, I just, you know, how do we say, you know, you've been there with us, but here, thank you, no more. You know, hasta la vista. Yeah, I don't know.
Is there any type of consideration that's given in this RFP or for any others where it's, okay, there's something to be said for the known versus the unknown? And do we quantify or qualify their track record of what they've done in the evaluation process for going forward? Because like I said, everything I've heard is very positive feedback for Security Alliance.
Yeah.
So even if we would do some sort of dual system, right, hybrid, maybe we're on hybrids of the day, I don't know. It just seems hasty to just say, okay, thank you very much, we've had no issues here. Is there, without getting into the details, well, I guess getting into the details without getting into the details, is there anything where you can sit there and truly quantify, yes, this is just why we didn't feel comfortable going forward with the Security Alliance, given that they're the incumbent?
So the current agreements are, we have two agreements where they both offer services. We have a co-primary setup, which is with FBI and not US Security, I'm sorry, Security Alliance. Under this contract, we were anticipating awarding a primary contract and a secondary contract. In discussions with the police department, it facilitates having one vendor that can operate all security guards. It's operationally easier for them, and also deploying securities and things like that. They're here if they want to speak to it, but so it was determined that it was best to have a primary and secondary in case the services are needed. That would be if something failed, obviously, with dynamic security, or if there was something so urgent that we needed to vamp up services, they would have a secondary that they could call upon. Therefore, the recommendation was to negotiate with Dynamic as a primary, and the second-ranked proposer was Good Guard to negotiate with them as a secondary.
Do you negotiate, not negotiate, but do you confer with the police department on
Yes.
this procurement process?
Yes.
Wayne, I saw you got up. Do you have anything to add?
And they administer the contract, right?
Correct, yeah.
Certainly, good afternoon, Commissioners. Wayne Jones, Police Chief for the Police Department. But we have background, I've actually been involved in the security contract business for the past 24 years or so, give or take. As a young sergeant, I actually managed the city's contract for the security guards. At the time, it was Security Alliance that had the contract. It was also a secondary security company as well. And please forgive me, I'm a bit nasal today. There's also a secondary security company, don't remember the name, that was a part of that mix as well. I can tell you in the conversations we've had with procurement, ideally, we'd like to deal with one security company. Becomes rather cumbersome, particularly during high-impact weekends when we need to staff up, spool up security guards, and to work with them. Having to deal with multiple security companies is a bit taxing. So the preference would be ideally one security company.
Multiple security companies is what?
It's a bit challenging to work with multiple security companies. Ideally, one.
So you prefer to just deal with one?
Yes, sir.
But we're moving forward with the primary and secondary?
Correct, but primary, the setup that we have now is co-primaries. We have two contracts that they dually provide security officer services. That's what we have currently as is contracted. This award was primary, secondary, which means whoever gets awarded primary will receive all the work always until something.
Yep. Almost like a standby. I guess to Commissioner Fernandez's point, like, okay, well, if our current incumbent didn't get selected and they're the ones with the biggest presence in Miami Beach, surely they're going to come in second. It's like, oh, they didn't even come in second. So these gentlemen have affirmed that they do have a presence in Miami-Dade, but we're saying the second place bidder does not have a presence here, and they're essentially being asked to be on standby. So I could see if a primary company didn't have a significant presence, they win a big contract like this, they go and staff up. Okay, maybe it's more ideal if they're already staffed up. But if you only win a contingency contract as the second place and you don't have any staffing levels in Miami-Dade, we're getting real fuzzy there, right? Like, I get uncomfortable because they're not going to go out and employ a bunch of people.
At a moment's notice.
Yes. I have a big issue with that, right? Where if we have a company that already has a significant presence, they have exactly what we need on a contingency basis, which is a contingency workforce, right? Am I thinking about this wrong? Chief, you probably know this better than a general just procurement process, right? If you essentially are looking for a company to be on standby, which is, what I'm getting is the secondary, that'd be a pretty high priority that they have an established presence of employees in Miami-Dade. Because like I said, if it's your primary, okay, staff up. They're going to do that. But if you are just sitting there waiting, maybe for Memorial Day, maybe for spring break, I'm called, maybe I'm not, you're not going to go up out and staff in Miami-Dade.
Yeah, I imagine it wouldn't be cost effective, frankly, to do that. and keep people on hold, on standby for a moment's notice, provide X number of security guards to help us provide support to the city. I imagine just be rather expensive and
I remember,
not practical.
I remember being with your predecessor on Ocean Drive during COVID, and he telling me that there was, I don't know what the circumstance was, he had to go all the way to Palm Beach to get a company that was willing to come to Miami Beach and send in people. Like, we shouldn't have to deal with a situation like that. And we should be able to have, if there is the necessity that the city needs these extra guards in the city for a high impact period, for an emergency or something, we need to make sure that those are readily available, quickly, locally, because if that secondary contract, it's not properly staffed, well, how do they do that?
So
I
I'd
don't
be
know
comfortable,
how
I'll
we-
let you speak, Commissioner Suarez, but.
And I need to step out,
Yeah.
and I'm not a voting member of this.
But I think we're aligned here.
Yeah.
Where I'm going with this, I think I'd be more comfortable. I don't know the proper protocol, so Rick, you guide us here, but Security Alliance, they have a presence even outside of our contract in Miami-Dade, correct? A significant one?
Correct.
Okay, so where I think I'd be comfortable seeing this process go, who am I to say, first place winner, perfect, but the contingency contract, that just seems like a showstopper to me that they don't have a presence in Miami-Dade. And I'd be much more comfortable moving forward with one of the companies, particularly the incumbent, perhaps.
They're responsive for incumbents.
That maintain a presence, that are able to go at a moment's notice on a contingency basis.
So the proper, oh, sorry.
So, Chief, the current, the incumbent, they can, on a moment's notice, expand their capabilities, like for high-impact weekends?
Well, that would be the expectation. There have been moments in the past where we've needed X number of officers.
Do you think that they're doing a good job?
Relatively, yeah, sure.
Okay, 'cause, believe it or not, one of the residents contacted me saying that during, I think it was during Memorial Day or spring break, one of the security guards that was there blocking the street, she said she's pretty sure that was a homeless person, and that all of a sudden he just put on a badge and a shirt and a hat and said, I see this guy sleeping on the street. Now he's doing security. I want to make sure that capability isn't just picking off random people on the street. I mean, are you aware? I think I even may have mentioned that to you. I sent you that text message, right?
You did.
I want to make sure that that's not the case, that we're not hiring homeless people to be security guards.
That's a quality assurance issue. Commissioner, I can tell you, many of these security companies, they're all fishing really in the same pond.
They're what?
They're all fishing in the same pond for employees, depending on the level of guards you're seeking to hire. There are levels of guards. There comes at a cost difference as well, depending on what you want. But by and large, they all fish in the same pond.
I have a question. The current vendors, have they been with us during spring break, during Memorial Day, during these high impact periods?
Yes.
How many, have they been able to provide officers for us? How many officers do they have?
They have been able to provide officers in most cases. There are some cases where they haven't been able to fulfill our entire needs, and then we have to make a decision to prioritize where the officers that are provided go. Again, they all fish in the same pond for employees, for resources. Oftentimes during high-impact weekends, not only are they trying to fulfill our contractual needs, but also providing security services to other vendors, other clients as well.
So where I'm at with this, and Commissioner Bada, I'll let you go. I would like to see us accept the first place recommendation, and then for the second place, the secondary contingency contract, given Security Alliance has been a very well-performing incumbent and maintain an existing employee presence in Miami Beach. I'd like to see them be considered for the secondary contract.
I agree with that.
Commissioner Bada.
Yeah,
I thought you left 10 minutes ago.
I know. Heading out. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Commissioner Bond.
Why did Security Alliance come in dead last if they're the incumbent? What is the the mitigating factor, because I really, I have a real, I don't disagree with the concerns raised here, but I have a real issue if we start putting our finger on the scale of a procurement process that is already contentious. I mean, listen, I've done procurement processes with the Army National Guard, and if you did not have your ducks in a row, that was, I mean, like, they do not screw around. And it is very serious business, and we should be no less diligent and no less upfront and no less rigorous in ours. I mean, we have a history in the city of Miami Beach. I mean, you know, Miami is a sunny place for shady people. We do not want to backtrack on that. That is not directed at you. You know that.
I know.
But, and that's one of the reasons you have the job, is because the procurement process is so important, and it's so important that we uphold the maximum integrity in it. So if there is a reason why our incumbent came in last, and I appreciate the fact that they've been with us for years, and that, you know, maybe we've got individuals who do a really good job, and maybe they can apply for jobs with the new company, but I'm very concerned about what I'm hearing. And not that the issues that are being raised aren't legitimate issues. So it's two parts to the question. Is one, why did they come in dead last? And two, how do we, what are your thoughts on, you know, basically throwing the procurement process out the window for the secondary position?
And before you answer, I agree with your sentiment. I always refrain from putting my finger on the pulse. This particular issue seems, I don't want to say cut and dry, but a big issue. And it's my understanding there were a lot of applicants, right?
There was
20 some?
27.
Right, and Security Alliance was third or fourth.
Okay, but I understand that, but, you know, we might say, well, we know them, and, you know, it's only being in the secondary position, and so we're going to give it a bye for this. But
I was just saying versus dead last.
no, I appreciate the clarification, thank you. But nonetheless, okay, we do it for this one, and then another commission down the road says, okay, we're going to do it for another one, and, you know, all of a sudden we've got trolleys being, you know, well, just kidding, we're going to, like, the whole thing seems to be disastrous. So talk to us a little bit, please.
So the evaluation was a combination of both experience and their ability to perform the scope of services, but also cost. So cost was also a component that their cost was a little bit higher than those that ranked first, second, or third, because their ranking was actually fourth out of the so many that were that made it through the process. As far as, you know, confirming the second awardee's ability, we were able to verify some of their references, which provided positive feedback on their performance, both the Greyhound contract that I mentioned that they had locally and a contract that they do have in California. We also confirmed that they have the proper, it's the Department of Agriculture Security Guard Agency licensure. So we confirmed that they met the requirements of the solicitation and proceeded with them as a secondary.
So is it maybe not a question of how we write and rank the RFP and the responses? Because if one of our primary concerns is cost, that's one thing. If one of our primary concerns is the ability to staff up as needed, maybe that should be ranked higher. I mean, it's great to have somebody who's more cost effective, but not if they're not readily able to fill our needs when we need them. And I'm very concerned.
Or if they're hiring homeless people.
And that information regarding the high impact weekends was provided to them. We do give them the estimated number of hours that have been spent on these contracts in the last 5 years. So all that information is provided to the bidders because it is important, obviously, for their knowledge that they know what the expectation is for the scope of services to be performed.
But if to use yours, Chief, your expression of everyone's fishing from, you know, for the same fish in the same sea, how are these people who don't currently have staff here going to suddenly magically find the staff to fill the needs that we have? Should they be called upon to do so?
I would ask this, right? They're a company based in California?
Correct. No, I'm sorry. They're here in Miami, in Florida.
But based in?
Their experience mostly came from California.
Right.
So, and they have the Greyhound contract for a bus station in Miami someplace.
So I would ask, we're going to need them, not on a primary basis, but potentially on a one-off contingency basis. Do we have any of the representatives here? Please come forward. And that's what I don't want to be asking ourselves on Memorial Day weekend and spring break. Team, it's your time to step up. Are you here? Oh, you're in California.
And so that goes back to my question about the
criteria.
process itself. And you know, maybe it needs to be weighted differently. Like maybe it's one set of criteria for number one, but for anyone who's not the clear, obvious winner, this is what we're looking for, because they have different needs, right? If our primary concern is cost overall over the course of the year, when we have, you know, sort of fixed demands and we know what it's going to look like, and it's a vendor day in, day out, that's one thing. But then for everything else, and maybe it should be a separate RFP. Maybe it's somebody who specializes in on-demand services. I'm not comfortable awarding the second place contract yet, and I would suggest maybe we bifurcate them. And, you know, move forward with because hopefully we won't even need them, or not for a while, but we move forward with the number one awardee, or number one ranked proposal, and then we reevaluate what it's going to do to us to have somebody who's not even here to discuss our concerns, and possibly go back out to the group and say, this is what we need, and reevaluate it. Because if we start screwing around with the procurement process in the abstract to try to address this particular specific problem, I think that opens an enormous can of worms.
I would agree with your sentiment, right? However, there's a reason why it comes to us for final approval.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not as if we're just like interjecting in a process. I mean, this is our duty to sit here and not blindly just take the recommendation. Sit there, evaluate, say, thank you very much. We are, and I get the slippery slope indoors box that you're talking about.
And I agree with that. Rick, are there state statutes for procurement processes, or is it something that the city commission establishes?
We have both. There are some state statutes that apply in certain instances. There's certainly case law, but most of our procurement rules are within our code and/or in the actual procurements that we issue. So the rules for each procurement might be within the RFP or RFQ or whatever the
I think that deserves a revisit, and I'd like to put a hold on an item that I'm going to want to bring to really address these procurement rules that we have, because one of the things that struck out to me was, I know this is completely off topic, but we're spending almost double on a shade structure for a park in Loomis Park when a high school PTA got something for less than half, and it's all because of the procurement process. So I think we really need to dig in and find out, is this procurement process really benefiting the city of Miami Beach, especially during time when money's going to be tight. Because to be honest, I'm not really comfortable with any of these proposals, considering that there was, our incumbent missed it because of an administrative deadline or error. So I'm gonna want to address the procurement process on Miami Beach. Chief,
Sure.
you tell me. I mean, do you think, at least for the first place, dynamic is the best option? I mean, considering, compared to what we have now, the incumbent, assuming the incumbent didn't have an administrative error, how would you rank them?
I would say they're average to slightly above average.
Both of them?
I don't know Dynamic. I've never worked with them. It's been a long time since I've been involved in direct oversight of the security guard contract in Miami Beach. Worked with Alliance 2+ decades ago, and they were.
If you had let's assume right now the incumbent and the number one ranked applicant. If you had a choice, because you know what our incumbent is capable of, and then you were apparently there for the procurement process for Dynamic. If you had to choose for the city of Miami Beach, being the police chief, Who would you choose?
Well, I have never worked with Dynamic. I don't know what their work product is like. I do know what that of the incumbent is like, and I would give them a passing grade. Was not involved personally in the procurement process, nor were any of my folks from my staff involved in it. And that was by design, so I keep an arm's length away from the entire process. We're just looking for an organization, a security company that can provide us and meet and supply our needs when we need them most. At times that will require a spooling up of resources. It may not necessarily be a high impact weekend. It could be in the wake of a major storm here in the city where we need additional resources to be our eyes and ears out there supporting the police department. Just looking for a company that can meet those needs.
How do we make sure that they're not hiring just people off the street?
That's a quality assurance issue that I think we can figure something out internally to make sure that whoever's managing the contract for my police department is more hands-on in safeguarding against issues like that.
Is Dynamic here? Through the chair, do you mind having Dynamic speak? So I brought up an issue. Sorry, yeah, you can present your name, please.
My name is Zev Ragachan. I'm the COO of Dynamic Integrated Security. I wanna mention
one
something.
Second. Zev?
Zev.
That's my son's name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so one of the issues that I had, and I brought it up to the chief when it happened, was our current provider apparently hired a guy off the street, a homeless person. How are we assured that this doesn't happen?
Let me tell you first what Dynamic Integrated stands for. We are the largest provider of safe school officers in the state of Florida. We go all the way from Tallahassee to the Keys. We have a significant presence in Miami-Dade, especially in schools. And again, just to give you an example, we received a phone call on a Friday afternoon, about 12, from the Florida Department of Emergency Management requesting 20 people. I don't know for what, but they request 20 people, the license. We were able to provide 50 people by Monday when they were supposed to be there. Another example, we have the school district of Leon County. In the middle of a school year,
what?
It's Leon County in Tallahassee. In the middle of the school year, the sheriff, unfortunately, do not have the manpower to cover all the schools. So they ask us to provide 30 certified safe school officers for an undetermined time in Tallahassee, and we were able to provide that and save the school year. That is what Dynamic stands for. We protect life. That is, I think, is one of our first priorities. And Dynamic is a company who, because of the virtue of what we do for a living, we just don't hire homeless people to be there. Actually, 98% of all our personnel are retired law enforcement, HR 218, and veterans. The reason is simple. We give them a different purpose in life. I served 10 years in the Israeli Army and Special Forces. I'm a law enforcement firearm instructor, and I believe in leading by example. Sorry?
Can you go back to your credentials? I didn't hear it.
I served 10 years in the Israeli Army and Special Forces. I'm a law enforcement firearm instructor. I'm a breaching instructor. I wrote a book about school safety and active shooters. But again, we're talking about quality of service. We're talking about reliability. One of the reasons that I'm here today is on the last meeting I wasn't able to attend. I was on a conference. And it was mentioned that Dynamic did not have the financial capacity to do this, and it shocked me. We don't have the experience to do this. It shocked me too, because it wasn't true. I believe we do a disservice to try to tone down the other companies, and if that is the way I want my company to rise, I won't do it. I don't think it's professional. I'm here for any questions you have for me.
Okay, so you're familiar with I'm assuming when you went through the procurement process,
correct.
Spring break, how many security guards do we have for spring break total that we need that our current incumbent uses?
Yeah, I can't tell you off the top of my head right now. Captain Matias has your iron spring break for me.
80? Yeah. Okay. And Zev, that's...
I count 84, so that was my calculation. Yeah, we perfectly, and not only that, I mean,
by the way, our direction we're going is we want to have less of these.
I understand.
You know,
We want to be more efficient in what we do, and probably the efficiency pass to our manpower. And I understand that. Now, we agreed and we want to keep most of the personnel that you have here, as long as they are able to pass our background check. And we certify all our personnel in CPR, EAD, Stop the Bleed, and youth mental health, which is being, in our experience, tremendously effective, not just in school, but in overall our lives. So as long as they are able to pass that filter, and also they're willing to work with us, they always have a place with us. And we value their experience they're building, because they've been in this community, in these buildings long enough. And I think it's important. I think they are important people, and that's what we sell. You see, I'm in the business of selling service, or perception. Perception matters a lot to us.
And where are you based out of? Where are you based out of?
I'm based out in Coral Springs.
Okay.
And we have an office here, a satellite office here in Miami too.
Okay. Well, after speaking, I'm pretty comfortable. So if you guys want to make a motion, or I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation for the first, the top bidder, or at least move it to the City Commission.
Yeah, and I think we're aligned with that, where Commissioner Fernandez and I were aligned, and granted differ from Commissioner Bott, is on that second place, the contingency contract. All the more reason, I think I could twist myself into a pretzel and say, okay, even if you don't have a presence in Dade County, if you're primary winner, it's consequential enough where you're going to staff up. But having a contingency contract for a company that doesn't have a significant presence here in Miami-Dade, that part makes me uncomfortable. And I don't know how we essentially go about that, whether it's kind of Commissioner Bott's point, take the top 4 or 5 winners top 4 or 5 ranked, and sit there and reevaluate them for the secondary contract, or given that we have an incumbent that works, recommend them. Let me hear your thoughts, Christy, about how to take that. So for the secondary contract, would it be fair and proper to sit there and take we can't open it back up to 29 different companies, but the top 4 or 5 ranked entities, and say, let's reevaluate these for the secondary contract?
I believe that the commission should give direction as to what vendor to go with for second place, probably, rather than reopening an evaluation by the administration.
So I guess if I can assist, so I guess the idea is to send this back to commission with a favorable recommendation on the primary contract, which seems to be a consensus. The question then is on the secondary the secondary contract. Is there going to be a recommendation from this committee? Will it be no recommendation for award, not to award? So that seems to be the part of the motion that we just need to get clarification on.
Okay, so I may differ from my colleague here, but if somebody wants to back this is where contingency contract, not comfortable going forward with the second place winner because they maintain no presence here, which I don't think is reliable when we're looking to staff up on a contingent basis, and therefore go with the highly ranked incumbent that we're already familiar with.
And that's Security Alliance? Is that the one?
Correct, that would be the third.
So and I think Commissioner Suarez was going to make the motion, but I will obviously confirm, is that we return to commission with a favorable recommendation, authorize the administration to enter into negotiations and award of contracts to Dynamic Integrated Security as the primary contractor and Security Alliance as the secondary contractor. Is that the action that's being
That's
recommended?
what I would like, but I have other colleagues who will.
And the Security Alliance ranked where?
4th.
And they're currently
They're an incumbent, yes, currently.
Commissioner Bott, what do you think?
I mean,
Just mic's off.
I'm happy to, I guess, send it back to the commission. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the first.
I think we all are, yeah.
So maybe we could send it back as 2 different things and say, we are comfortable awarding the first, and we need to discuss what we're going to do about the second.
I mean, I guess Rick, I'll ask for a little help. Is the motion could just be to award Dynamic Security Systems primary contractor, and then no recommendation was given on the secondary contract.
Do we have to vote on a second contractor today? Can we say to the procurement team, let's restart the second vendor?
Well, that, if I can, then that would be the recommendation would be to award the primary and then to not award the secondary contingent contract and to re-procure.
The one thing I would mention, I mean, I'm sure that the procurement director will say is having a procurement for a contingent contract is probably not going to get a lot of interest, but.
Right, and sorry, did I cut you off? Yeah, I saw you come up, I wasn't sure if you're.
The only reason was because I worked for Dynamic.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure if he was gonna speak.
I got you, I want to make sure, and if there's anybody that wants to speak on this item.
How important
Please.
is it to have that secondary contract?
I defer to the police.
How often do we use the backup?
Well, during high impact weekends, you use both, all right? During high impact weekends, we have used both companies because the need to staff up significantly, and one company not having the ability to do that for us. Ideally, I like a company that has the ability to do it on a moment's notice, a single company.
Which is the award that's being proposed, correct?
You want to speak?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mike Llorente with LSN Law. We represent Security Alliance. Just a few clarifying points for the record. Security Alliance, which is our client and the incumbent, has been the incumbent for 5 or so years. Services not just the city of Miami Beach. We service the city of Hialeah, the city of Hollandale, Miami-Dade County, Miami-Dade College. It is a Miami-born company. It's based out of Miami. They have over 1,000 security guards, over 500 just in this area, Miami-Dade County area alone. Which puts us in a unique position. Because this contract's different, and if you ask our CEO, he'll tell you this is the most difficult contract he has. And he does work all around the country. We protect U.S. embassies. He'll tell you this is the most difficult one. And the reason is because on a moment's notice, the city asks for 30, 40, 60, 80 additional officers. It's much more difficult to pull in on a temporary basis for 3 days or 10 days, a staff that large. It's actually easier to ramp up and staff a new contract on a permanent basis than it is to just grab people on a temporary basis. And so the way that it works today is the city has 2 essentially co-primes. The reason that works is because anytime the city needs additional resources, they look at us, we're a 1,000+ firm. They look at the second firm, FPI. I think they're about 200, 300 security guards. And when they ask, it's usually us. It's usually Security Alliance that steps up and provides that supplemental force, right? I'll say to address, Commissioner, the concerns about a homeless person, we do not hire homeless people off the street, even if it's for high impact weekends. I confirmed with Security Alliance, this is the first we're hearing of it, so to the extent that it involved a uniformed person and not just a security guard, a homeless person pretending to be security, it appears that it didn't involve our firm. A couple of notes on the procurement, Commissioner Bott, because I certainly understand, and I think it's a general consensus, right? A concern about messing with the procurement process. This is not a straightforward normal procurement process where you have 3 vendors and you evaluate them all. You know, when you have a couple dozen vendors, by the time you get to vendor number 12, you kind of forgot what vendor number 1 was like, right? So what you get through this process is a good sense of who's at the top, who's at the bottom. Security Alliance, in this case, is the 3rd ranked responsible firm. I can tell you that we believe that it's in the city's best interest to have at least one co-prime with a robust presence in Miami-Dade County. We have hundreds of security guards in Miami-Dade County. We are not here to disparage Dynamic. I personally don't know them, but read through their proposal, it seems they do a fine job protecting primarily schools and HOAs throughout the state. They said in their proposal they have 127 employees, which is a decent-sized security company, and they've built a great company. It is our suggestion and strong belief that the city should have 2 security guard contracts so that they can dip into those pools, both pools, when there's a need for additional services. That happens here, this expand.
Our police chief is saying that he'd rather just work with one.
I understand that, Commissioner, and I guess where I'm coming from is just based on conversations with the CEO of Security Alliance. He says, listen, nobody else asks for this, and it's not once a year. It's for, 60 guards for spring break. It's 30 guards for New Year's Eve. It's 35 guards for, for Memorial Day. So he says we do that for the city because they are a good partner to us. It's very difficult, and I just want to be clear, and these are conversations we're happy to have with the city and with your staff, but it's very clear to negotiate a contract where anybody would be able and willing to pool 60 or 80 security guards into the city of Miami Beach on a temporary basis and then go home with no sort of continuous permanent presence on the beach. So what we would urge is that there be some division of resources to allow both companies to maintain a presence on Miami Beach and allow both companies during high-impact weekends to go fishing in their pool of, local security guards to be able to staff at the appropriate levels.
What mechanism do we have to ensure that if we do have just one prime and they cannot meet that requirement, what is the recourse?
So the contract will have a termination for cause or convenience, and then we would have to seek an alternate route. Obviously, we would either have to reprocure if time is given, or
Well, that doesn't really help us in the middle of a crisis, right? Or like in the middle of a high-impact weekend.
We do have emergency under the clause under our code. So if that is the case where we are found without a replacement contract that we can jump into, we would be able to engage that to facilitate security officer services.
What is that contingency?
Emergency, there's under the code, if we had to declare an emergency to utilize security officer services because we didn't have a contract.
What exactly is an emergency?
Mr. Commissioner, I can speak to that. In
Well,
fact,
hold on. Well, I'm simply saying it's Memorial Day weekend or spring break, and the company says, hey, we're short 20 people.
It could be a storm, it could be
Yeah.
any type of one-off event that you're not
But
forecasting.
spring break isn't an emergency, right? So what I'm saying is, what's the recourse if dynamic doesn't come up with the 20, and we still need those 20 people, and the city manager isn't going to call an emergency just because he needs to hire 20 security
Correct,
guards.
it's an option. We also could look into a possible piggyback if we're aware. We can look at alternatives. Even the state of Florida contract that offers the security services, we could possibly look into, we would have to do this research, obviously, to see if we can piggyback them, but there's different options. If we could maybe issue an emergent, solicitation to get some contracts in.
I'm assuming this is why we have a second backup, right? So that we can have this.
Correct. Also for that, yeah.
Well, how about we move this, how about we move Dynamic and Security Alliance to the commission meeting, and then we can, at the commission meeting, between now and then, is it gonna go in September, or is it gonna be in July? I mean, is it this month?
I would think that would be September.
Yeah, I didn't have it on for July.
Yeah, so I guess we'll have time to really evaluate. I mean, it's just, we're just recommending right now, but nothing's binding, correct?
Correct, everything's still under the cone too, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So can I just ask a question, sir, how do you find these last minute security people? Like who is just hanging out waiting to be picked up by a security company for a couple of days? I mean, I cannot imagine these are.
That's a great question.
No, I mean, with all due respect to the people who do this, I can't imagine these are like the top tier folks who are like, wouldn't you want these folks to be police officers or?
Let me explain to you briefly. When we have a state emergency, we have a pool of people who is normally assigned to schools. And you have, in Miami-Dade, we have probably 70 that we can pull out from. They are employed by us during the day, during normal school hours that we can pull from. We also have a pool of people that this is what they do. They are in our short list because we contract with, we are on a short list for FEMA too, and for the Florida Department of Emergency Management. So when they need our help, we just jump and they just tell us how high. So that is the way that we do it. And you need to understand there's people who, this is what they do.
And what
This
kind
is
of
last
screening-
minute personnel.
What kind of screening is there for folks
We
to
do
be
a panel
considered?
10 drug test, psychological evaluation by a law enforcement certified psychiatrist, and we also do a background check and fingerprinting. And normally we try to get a badge from the city or the municipality, so those fingerprints are attached to that. If they are get arrested, because at any time, we got to get the hit too. And that's what we're looking for. Remember that you do a background check on somebody today, doesn't mean that he's not going to commit a crime in a week from now, and they're not going to let you know. So we want to know that, and we have a very extensive method of doing that because obviously we work with the schools, and we can't put just anybody to protect the kids. That answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you.
The background check is a requirement of the contract also.
Oh, I should hope so. Didn't
so how
make you
about-
snort.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this, and then, look, but if we're under the cone of silence, we can't even talk to the city manager about this?
Once this is on the commission agenda, that the manager makes a recommendation to the commission, then the cone is lifted as between your communications, you individually, with the city manager. So once this goes on the commission agenda, where the manager will,
It would be a week before in the September meeting to discuss this.
that's correct.
Okay.
And if I can, just to clarify, the recommendation
Like we
would
just
be
wasted a bunch of time. I mean,
Dynamic Integrated Services is primary and Security Alliance is the secondary contractor, correct?
I guess we learned a bunch of stuff. Yeah,
So-
okay. I'll make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Suarez made the motion. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Commissioner Magazine made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll show the item passed 3-0. Thank you.
How straight.
Meeting is adjourned.
Process is.